She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
You Wonderlands stream on a Saturday and I'm off work so I can watch? Let's freaking go.
Anything else to add to that, Kevin? No? Okay. Let's get me up on screen. I'm all discombobulated, excuse me. I'm frazzled, flustered, exasperated, if you will. It's me. Hello. I hope you guys were well yesterday for my day off. Yeah, I couldn't figure out, based on my plans, which I wasn't streaming, Friday or Saturday, and it kind of kept changing. So that ended up being yesterday. I figured I'd do a Wonderlands makeup stream today. Wangle yourself up some breakfast. I got myself, that. Kevin, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let's greet everyone. First of all, thank you so much, Mackers, for the Prime and the 3 months. Happy to have you at a rare Wonderlands Saturday stream, but it's good to have you here. I hope you enjoy your day off. Loves to Spooge, thank you so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Comp, thank you for the 8 months. You guys are really generous. I appreciate the support. It goes a long way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's greet everyone. We got Control, we got Pinky, both of them bright and early. We got Comp, Viper, J-Bridge, Coffee Zarark, Reckless Monster, Fleece, Dill, Original Nova, Sen, Brucey, New Mexiben, Dill, Yakumers, Los the Spooge, David, make sure I get everyone. That Black Joe, how you doing? Mackers, Itsukato, Herrera, Loading Screen, and anyone I might have missed in my not sufficiently caffeinated haze. Glad you aren't sick, thought you might have been. That's my secret. I'm always sick. Always a little bit. Yeah, so Stone Swan was doing some interesting science, Wonderland science on his stream last night. Go follow him if you haven't already. And he got me inspired. I want to farm a couple specific things. I want Wicked Gossip in 2 projectiles or more with a decent chaos tier. I know it's something I was already kind of keeping an eye out for, but now I really want it for a thing. I want to make a thing. A very specific thing. Hey, Dill, thanks for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for everything you do in your channel. I grinded my Blight Collar to level 40 and ran some mirrors for currently grinding some Chaos Chambers. Love the Shotgun Crossblade, and anyway, your content has helped me understand the game more and progress further. Hey, I'm happy to provide that, Dill. Thank you so much for the kind words and the support. It means a lot. It's been a nice day off. My body doesn't like me, so I did spend a bunch of yesterday not feeling so good. But it was nice to just take some time to do absolutely nothing. so that was cool. Hey Cheeky, how are you? Good to see you. Anyway, let's do the thing. So, how many souls do I still have? We're gonna do some ruthless inventory management. If it's not like remotely like, hey, this is fine, we're throwing it out. We're getting rid of it. We're de-wangling, you could say. Now with what we know about Torg stickies, I don't need this blue cake. This White Rider, don't need that. I don't need the Bony Face of Soul, I don't need the Perceiver. So part of what I'm getting at with this...
Inventory management bits. Quag hype. Proud of you.
Thanks for the 500 beds, Viper. I appreciate it. Shut up. The thing with this Wicked Gossip is the spell dot is like really high, and it has a couple cool mechanics. The ricochet that it does is another double dipping mechanic, so I want it. It's also got a good dot to start with. I might not use it for this build because I already have poison kind of covered, although I could just start shooting different elements, and this could be my source of poison. But it's got a decent cooldown, multiple charges. Like, 13-second cooldown for 3 charges is quite good. And the puddle that it leaves does mucho damage. So we're looking out for some of those. Coffee's alright. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. You guys are spoiling me today. Thank you. You have skeletons in your closet? I have roughly 80 launchers, 300 some guns, and more armor than a fashion boutique. Real. Your average Wonderlands player. Quag Chad. Hey Al. Hey Uncle Noble. How you doing? Crazy card damage plus double dip, plus a high dot, plus good for single target, good for multi-target. Just a good item. That's why we're gonna wangle some room. I don't really need to save this. I want a better ×6 Vengeance. I have this one, but I want a better one. This Ascended Sermon can go... Shame this ×5 Fragment Rain doesn't have Hydra. But part variants be like. Okay. Should be enough inventory cleared for now. We're gonna go over and spend some souls at the wheel at the moment, see if we can maybe get a good one out of the gate to work with. I'm trying to figure out what kind of setup I want to run the Wicked Gossip on. I was thinking a polymorph build, like a pure caster build, but with polymorph instead of ambi. For reasons. I've yet to actually try out Wicked Gossip with polymorph, but I want to. If anyone has, let me know how that is. Choo choo. Thanks for the 100 bits still. I think it already counted you for your 100 bits before. I'd like to travel to Dreamvale Overlook, please, game. Please. Thank you. Wangle me all night. Throw me with a good time, Yakumers. Also got mosquitoes and rage handles. Nice. Well, that's not a good start. It's funny they screwed up visual status effect and item cards right when the release of a class that builds around status effects. You can't make this stuff up. They have to be, like, so frustrated with that over there. Like, of all times, really?
I couldn't imagine a finer amulet. Are often the most powerful.
Hey, Rune. How you doing? He was excited for D&D 1. I don't know what that is. So, shrug? Traveling in Dreamville is a privilege, not a right. Ah, I see. Good crab fact. The exoskeleton of a crab is made out of substance known as chitin. These cell walls fungi use chitin too. That's cool. Why is this only chaotic? Poison damage, blight collar power, all damage cooldown? I'm picking it up, but I'm mad about it. Hey Goliath, how you doing? Formerly known as Animal Crosser. Good to see you. I do want a rogue imp, but I feel like I could do better than that one. Hey Skunky, new to the game and wondering about character backgrounds, so it'd be a good one for Graveborn. Village Idiot seems good, but a little too much nerf for spells. Think about it this way. You can get a lot of cooldown very easily in this game. Is this character I'm Village Idiot on? No, this is one where I'm not Village Idiot. You can get a lot of cooldown very easily, especially on a Graveborn Spell Shot or Blight Collar. Because they have a spell cooldown, available in their skill tree. So the penalties from Village Idiot are really nothing, whereas it provides the biggest bonus, and penalties so minor you don't need to consider them. In almost all scenarios, Village Idiot's the way to go. Now, there's a couple that are competing options. Street Urchin Success Story, Nerfed by the Bunker Master, and Apprentice, Barnacle, whatever. Those are competitive options, although I would say that in the end, Village Idiot is better. Reason being is all but 4 things in this entire game, only 4 sources of damage in this entire game are unable to crit. Everything else, all the other thousands, if not more, they can all crit. So Village Idiot's just damage. What about Nerf by the Bunker? Nerf by the Bunker is decent. It gives you a penalty to your dexterity stat, but depending on your build, that's minor. A penalty to dexterity is utterly inconsequential for, say, a gun build, because you can just shoot the crit spot. And if you're using the From the Shadows action skill over on Stabomancer, you just crit chance doesn't do anything for you anyway. It would affect melee and spell builds more, but there's spells that have guaranteed crits as well, so there's always a way to get around having low crit chance. And you just get all the other benefits. I think I finally got the onion head. Haven't found with Blight Power yet. You'll find it, Kirk. Also, hi. Good to see you. Realize Frenzied Rat's probably a good play for Bog Totems. Yeah, companion damage in a significant quantity. Achieved by getting any kind of kill. It'd be good. It'd be good. Especially for non-spore. Gross. And yeah, the 4 things I mentioned that, I believe Smug was asking if you could get ability lethal catch. There you go, confirmed. The 4 things that can't crit can be scaled off of the thing that they're looking at, so. Everything in this game can benefit from critting. Village Idiot nerfed by Bunker for Graveborn, I guess. Others don't seem that appealing. I would go Village Idiot, personally. It would leave you the most flexibility for your building. Which is a good class mod? Yeah. No good shield I should look out for. Black Collar, Spirit Swarm, dot kind of build. I'm currently using, not that. I'm using this triple amp, but Body Rune is always going to be good. If you want some more tank, you could go with a static charge, which would synergize pretty well with all of Blightcaller's ward stuff. And Meteors. Sword Explosion is supposed to be the best for status damage. For some reason, my White Rider and Shadowfire are doing way better. Why is that? Are you shooting on sticky mode? Also, keep in mind that Shadowfire and White Rider are extremely consistent. White Rider hits so many times that it's just going to apply the dot. Shadowfire has a 50% base status chance. And this dot value on the card is not reflective of its actual dot value because the Chuck has a different dot value, a much higher one. So Shadowfire is on the higher end of dots and more consistent. White Rider is just more consistent while not being as high as either of these. Sword Explosion, as you see here, has only a 9% chance, but its potential dots are much higher because the sticky multiplier feeds into that. I don't know if the big sword can leave a dot. If that can, then that's just going to be... We're using Demon Blight. Demon Blight. I don't know if you saw, but Wraith Mail appears to be similar to Mage Armor and that their value doesn't care about unarmored defense. I'd assume that was the case, but it's good to see it confirmed. Did you happen to check Amped Up Viper? Because that's the one I'm really concerned, or not concerned, really curious about there. Because if Amped Up does the same, you can get, with 6 out of 3 Amped Up and Unarmored Defense, 18% of your wards back per second with Amped Up alone. And a triple amp only costs 20% to shoot. You see where I'm going with that. The slightest amount of dark magic healing there with Restore the Veil would allow you to amp every single shot. Wife told me the live wire chains are still melee, but I know she knew better. It's a live wire wife liar situation. Oh yeah, so what happened with that? I briefly checked in on that conversation. It's being suggested that the live wire chains are no longer melee? Is that confirmed? Him not proccing enough because that had a less chance? Yeah, I'm saying you're likely just not seeing the Sword Explosion dot. Because there's a very big difference. Basically, they don't have a damage source. I wonder when that changed. I wonder if it was after the feedback of like, hey, why did you give this thing the ability to trigger Alchemical Agent? So that's interesting. That actually makes me feel a lot less reluctant to use the live wire. So does this mean it functions more like a bonus element? I know it gets bonus elements, but like, you get what I mean? Seems like it's the change they're going for, but just didn't announce it. Gearbox has a weird habit of doing that. They'll make really good, healthy changes, and then just not talk about them or document them at all. I don't know if it's because the people on the actual design side are just kind of sneaking them in, or if they're just afraid of the toxic backlash that always happens when they make any kind of change. But like, kudos to them, because that's actually a really good change. That's like a really good change. For those who don't know, what we're referring to is the chains generated by a live wire when you successfully melee a target. They used to be, when the game launched, they were gun damage. Then they changed them to be melee damage, and now they're neither. Which means they're much more reasonable damage-wise. Still extremely strong. It's still very hard to argue against holding a live wire for your melee builds that are actually connecting. But now no longer utterly ridiculous and more important than like any other item in your build. More balanced, I would say. Running a Rot Shot gun build right now with Amp Shield and Lightning Dark Magic Crossblade. Still figuring out the right combo for my other gear pieces. Any suggestions? Ooh, suggestions. What are you running for your spell, Macros? Because that could be a real build-defining thing, even for gun builds. Whether you're using a direct damage thing or a utility thing. Because you can make it like a sort of reliable backup if you've got a good damage-dealing spell there. Or you could just go all in and use something like a Sigil or a Tidebreaker or something poison to trigger Bog Down to help out your damage output. You got quite a few options there. Make sure I have all these. Times 2 promo to Wicked Gossip. Yeah, that'll probably work out pretty well then. That sounds good. By the way, with Amp and Unarmored, the Amp still drains the same values if there's no reservation, i.e. it drains twice the effective percentage. So it still drains 20% of the original. So you're draining 40, and Amped Up's giving you back, at most, if it works the way we hope, 18. Okay, so you would need a good amount of Restore the Veil, or you need to give it extra time with Wraithmail. Or you'd need good natural regen, which is something I've been curious about as well. Like, part of me was actually considering Deathless for that, because Unarmored would turn off the reservation effect, but you'd still get the recharge delay. So having like a recharge rate passive on a Deathless could be really nice there. So they don't trigger Alchemical Agent. That is the implication there, Moveface, yeah. I haven't had a chance to start a new class playthrough yet. I'm hoping to be today or tomorrow. My question is to you, what background do you recommend for a new class? Village Idiot is still, like, optimal in the most scenarios. Although, Street Urchin Success Story and Apprentice Barnacle Scraper and Nerf by the Bunker Master are all good for various things. So any of those handful. If you're ever unsure, Village Idiot. Gotta prep stuff for visitors. I hope you enjoy, comp. Playing with 2 charged arcane bolts, nutty how fast you get your spell back. I've been using Arc Torrents for that. Because I can dump 4 charges real quick here, and with all my spell cooldown stuff from various places, each charge has an effective cooldown of 5-ish seconds. Now it'll be one after the other, so Arcane Bolt will eventually overtake that, but if I'm, say, dumping all the charges to get my Plague Storm back after it ends, I really like Arc Torrent for that. If say Barnacle Boy instead, we sure can. Black Panther, we sure can. A funny looking concept on YouTube for Deadshot Wicked Gossip using Tyrant armor. Literally never seen that armor before. It is a DLC 3 one. DLC 3. Wicked Gossip. Not the parts we want. So I know you mentioned often not to put all your damage eggs in one basket, so I'm wondering, should I use gun damage rings for my build or try new PLC4 rings? If you're running a dot build, absolutely you want Demon Blight rings. Without question, 100% guaranteed you want Demon Blight. Reason being, these don't only give only give damage. They also give chance and duration. Chance is consistency for your build. It'll be minor if you're invested in high amounts of virulence, but it's something. But duration is not only uptime on your damage, it's also uptime on any buffs that come from those dots. These 4 things here. 5 things, I should say. Amped up, Worst Curse, Frostbite, Burnt Offering, and Toxicity. But also, on the damage front, Spirit Swarm inherently double dips status damage. So anything you get from a Demon Blight, multiply that number by itself for your actual in a vacuum damage increase. Ooh, a 3 passive one. Yes. I don't think I'd gotten a 3 passive one at High Chaos tier in quite a while. See, mine have 2. Ring for Mirror 4? Yes. Gonna be a lot of wheel farming today, chat. I'm going for specific stuff. So they want to do Blight Knight for Storm Dragon's Judgment. It's gonna be perma amped up, play kind of like Hammer Zerker gun setup, kind of worried for damage formula. You would have very little gun damage, much like a Hammer Zerker, honestly. You could compare the amount you get from Clawbringer to the amount you get from Blight Caller, I guess, but like having both those together, you don't have any conditional entry with that multi-class combo, so that's pretty much going to force you into either full health enchant or Cursed Wit, which wouldn't go well with the self-respect or with the ward stuff. So you'd pretty much be chaining yourself to full health if you ever want to have a consistent source of conditional. And that might not sound like a big deal on the surface, but that's an entire area of damage multipliers you're missing out on. Oh, it'd be kind of the whole formula? Yeah, you'd have really good crit chance. Because you'd also be doing, probably, Frostbite somewhere. Half of all you need to rely on the Wyvern. Moveface, that's not even remotely true. That has never been true. People having trouble maintaining awe, it has always been a skill issue. Always. Like, it's 12 seconds long and requires dealing 1 single point of damage. You can cover both halves of awe in any build extremely easily. But this past patch, they also made it so bonus elements now trigger awe. Specifically a change for awe. You have bonus elements. Oath of Thunder will apply it on any melee, and Oath of Fire will apply it on any gun, Body Rune will apply it on anything. If you use the Forbidden spell in one of those 2 elements, that would work. Awe is easy mode. It is easy mode. There is no situation where maintaining awe is the slightest bit difficult for any build. 27 from Burnt, 10 from Firebolt, and then Flawless Edge for Global, Awe and Oaths. You'd have Dragon Aura and Whisper of Rot for Elemental. Your Elemental would be pretty good, which means you could step away from that on Enchants. You'd probably pick up more Global, enchantment-wise. Yeah, you'd probably go more Global. Lightning Gun or a Fire Sword, and you always have awe up. Yep. Because your Wyvern by itself is 75% uptime, but with the bonus element change, you can have 100% uptime on one of them of your choice by using one damage source. And if you just have a second one through either your melee weapon or your spell, then you have both up permanently. It's very, very straightforward. And the reason why I'm being so forceful about that is because that frustrates me. Because one big source of interactivity in Clawbringer builds was, okay, how am I gonna get to Awe, and how am I going to benefit from it? Now, you still have to figure out how you're gonna get to it, because it's deep tree or armor investment, or both. But now it's no longer a thing you think about when you have Spect. It's just there. And I feel some sort of loss from that. Not a change I care for. Personally, anyway. Hope you're well, Pup T. Been playing BL2 Ultimate Mode. Not a good player. This Ultimate mode new Pandoran enemies are no joke when in a group. Yeah, they can definitely stack up some good damage. Non-OP level UVHM is, like, pretty well balanced, honestly. Like OP0. It's the second you get to actual endgame that it all falls apart for that game. Status chance? I've thought about Harbinger with Pog Totem. That kind of sounds like it'd be fun for a few minutes. Hey Micro, how are you? Jules, good morning to you as well. Any advice for Hector fight? Electric chair. Throw lots of electric chairs. It's funny. It will just kind of hit everything. You don't need to do the fight as you're intended. You can just throw electric chairs. I think Stormfront does it too. Though I don't remember on that one. Been a few years. Had to stop my steroids yesterday. Inflammation rules my body once more. Yo, that's a really good spell though. So, did you check for, like, superpowers? Because my inflammation doesn't give me fire powers, but maybe yours does. Pause, champ. Have you yet to see any? I'll check again tomorrow, though. Cool. Keep us posted. If Amped Up gives me always on ward, then full health enchant is good, and rest, yeah, action skill start global, on spellcast global, action skill start gun. Something that might be nice is the fact that, Restore the Veil lowers your HP. Meaning you don't need as much to heal it. But then again, it changes a dark magic into restoring your wards instead, so never mind on that point. Because everything else is just kind of fixed. You might want to prioritize having some sort of like actual healing in that build, Viper. Like whether it's a Skeep or a Fortifying Sigil or the passive on armor, because dark magic not going to your health means that if you lose full health, you won't get it back ever if you're not running a body rune, which you're not. So like you just won't get it back, so it'll be gone. So you need something that is capable of healing you. Because you'll just keep getting up with half. Or a third, or whatever they respawn you with. Alright, we'll do like 3 more cycles here, I think. I'm not gonna spend all my souls, because that would take too long, but... How can I make Dreadwind work at Chaos 50? Want to play with Berserker, don't know what kind of gear you need to farm to make it worth. Frost Shiver can grab Alchemical Agent to boost up Dreadwind. Dreadwind hits 4 times a second, so if it crits all 4 times, you're applying massive dots to every enemy near you during that time. And you can equip either a Selective Amnesia, Warp Paradigm, to give it very meaningful damage. Here we go. Here we go. ×2, spell damage part. Crit chance part isn't quite what I want, but like I'm not gonna say no to that. I would have preferred status chance or most other things, but I won't say no to that. That's a pretty good start. Maybe we could stop this farm a little early. Just me here's leading it, not worth that much. I lead at 6 rooms, I end up with 15k crystals. Meanwhile, just running normally, I end up with 11k. Keep in mind, Reckless Monster, if you can get 4,000 more crystals for no significant increase in the time it takes you to clear, that's just a huge efficiency upgrade. 4,000 out of 11,000 or 15,000 is a large percentage, and if it doesn't take you longer, you have no reason not to do it. It's just better. Like, think about it. You do 4 runs where you get 4,000 more, you've gotten an entire run for free worth of crystals. The only time a leading becomes not worth it is when we have super extended stuff, like the 29 room one, at which point leading all of the rooms becomes crystal negative. Or if it makes it significantly slower for you to clear. Those are the times when I would say don't elite. Otherwise, it's just like better to. Often I'll forget, but it's just better to. Stop giving me good mosquitoes. I don't want to use that armor. Feels the elite cost of crystals gain is not enough. It is enough. It very much is. The difference between a run where you do full elites with, assuming you take curses in both runs, full elites with all raid bosses versus no elites with all raid bosses, it's a large difference of crystals. Large. Especially if you are eliting rooms before hitting the containers in said room and then moving on. That stacks up even further. And keep in mind, that's only in solo. If you were to replicate that experiment in co-op, the difference runs away even further. Because you are simply killing more enemies. There's more requirement to move from room to room and more enemy density in co-op. And then additionally, at the end, everyone gets to spend their skill points independently. Or not their skill points, their crystals independently of each other. So, yeah, it's massively more. Eliting is very, very worthwhile. And I think it should maybe stay where it is, because if you made it any more profitable... Remember, the people complaining about, you know, Chaos 50, they already got bosses nerfed, like, damage-wise in half. I don't want them coming for my elite stuff, which they totally would if they felt it was too rewarding. Like, there's been enough difficulty shaved away from this game. I don't want to attract any more attention to something that doesn't need it. You know what I mean? Thanks 100 bits, coffee. I don't get a send a gear for every drop, and that annoys me. You need to every drop to be send it. Okay, this is enough for now. Let's equip that there. Let's do a Redmorn run. Then we'll do some chamber. Oh, let's look at the new cosmetics first, though. Sorry, I'm easily distracted. And I keep hitting tab to leave menus, because I might have been playing some Fallout 4 recently. That is a garnish. Oh, we got that. This thing actually kind of freaks me out. We're gonna stay as the Mantis on this character, but get me the fuck out of there.
Bandits, skeletons, and loot galore.
I easily distracted on Viper. Hi, Viper. People started leading more than complain they do more damage than bosses and all gets nerfed. Yep. I mean, enemies already do more damage than bosses.
Change what you see. When I was younger, I didn't know my own worth, much less that of gold. But I know better now.
There's a few discussions in that vein that always boil down to the same thing. Like the whole, hey, what if Borderlands had PvP discourse thing popped up on Twitter? And it's not something I'm necessarily inherently opposed to, because if I didn't like it, I could just, you know, not touch it. But the thing is, look at this fan base, Borderlands and Wonderlands fan base. They have year-long meltdowns about standing in a glowing square, and then they go on difficulty modes that are entirely elective, stand in attacks, and complain that everything does too much damage. You think those people could handle PvP? I don't. I do not. So it'd be developing something that players wouldn't use. I don't know what's in the Chaos Chamber vendors. Arcane Bolt, Wizard's Pipe, and... oh, what's the other one? What's the other one? If they did PvP, they'd have to do always online. That would affect a lot of experiences. It would. It would. And we've seen how stable shift servers can be. We've also seen how far the reach of short blips of server instability is. Outriders, on the launch of both its base game and the expansion, had like 1 day of server instability, and the game never lived it down. People never let that shit go. Discussing Borderlands multiplayer? Yeah, just in passing, Avi. My point was that, A, it would cause more problems than it would solve, and B, the fandom of Borderlands Wonderlands they're too allergic to actual difficulty to have any interest in anything remotely competitive. So imagine they close the servers, can never play Borderlands again, not even single player. Yeah, that'd be awful. I'm sure someone would, like, make a private one, but, like, that shouldn't be... should be part of the conversation, you know? Diamond Gauntlets. I thought that was last week. But thank you, either way. Maybe we get Muffizer nerf with PvP mode. They'd have to do something like I know some MMOs do this. I don't know if Destiny does this, where there's entirely different scaling on like certain stats, certain items for the PvP mode. Like they just work differently. I think Destiny does that, right? I believe they got rid of it eventually, but SWTOR had the expertise stat, which provided you healing efficiency, damage, and damage reduction against players, which helped mitigated some of the high damage things. And it meant that the difference between a player with, you know, on-level expertise and a player without it, you needed PvP gear. You needed the PvP-specific gear. With the exception of a few level scaling anomalies over the years. I believe they did eventually get rid of that system, though. Is the same going to be different in PvP and PvE? Yes.
There's the last piece of gold. It's a little angrier than I expected.
My weapon using? I'm using a twin soul at the moment, Dill. Amp and Echo. Gold Golem's awkward because can't dot it. And I killed the enemy, so I don't have any Echo. There we go. Yeah, I gotta like spawn Spirit Swarm off an ad for it.
You are the gold standard. How about we add some battle standards to match? I can hear their bones rattling in fear.
Manual transmission, that was the one I forgot. That was the one. Playing Blade Caller, not calling blades. I mean, Crossblade. I'm calling the Crossblade. Does that count? There can't be two guns in the vendor? There can, and this is the second consecutive week where they've had that. What makes you think there can't be? You need to call Blade the Vampire? I got you. Does that count? Yeah, they can put whatever they want there. They could do 3 armors if they wanted to. It's what they decide to put in. Now, did it follow the trend for a long time of having a piece of jewelry and a spell and a weapon, or an armor and a spell and a weapon, or a spell, a shield, and a weapon? Yeah, it followed that trend for a while, but like, it was never a set in stone thing. Last week they had 2 guns, both Sword Explosion and Cannonballer. This week there's 2 guns again. Always thought it was stuff to be found in those naturally. No. That's never been the case. Hey Swin, how you doing? Blade the Empire. Does he have an amp hilt, Brucey? Is that where we're going with this? Because I'm okay with that.
So blind to all of these flags before.
Some motherfuckers always try to skate uphill. Greatest one line in a comic book movie. I gotta rewatch the Blade movies. I'm sure they haven't aged that well, but it's probably been like 10 years since I've seen any of them. Tilt is very ample. You're a Blight caller, huh? Well, that's a bit pathetic. You merely call the Blight. Want the Blight to save you. You need it to save you. Me? I'm the one you call. I am the Blight. A guy opens his door and gets blighted, and you think that of me? No! I am the one who blights! Is it bad that it took me about a third of that to realize what I was reading? Aren't they doing new Blade stuff? Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was ever confirmed, but like, I think it's supposed to be Mahershala Ali, which is amazing. Like, hell yeah. Give that man all of the acting work. I don't know if it was ever confirmed, though.
So glad to be getting rid of these.
It is him? Cool. Even though you don't know what day it is, still love you. Hey, Tex. I never know what day of the week it is. It's a problem.
She's on fire. Eagle quack.
Quag collar, quag collar, quag collar, quag collar.
Quag caller indeed. Thank you for the 21 months, Tex. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. That is a lengthy stretch of time. And it means the world to me that you continue to support. Thank you. Sure, I missed some crazy stuff this week. Yeah, there's some silliness. Swin, there's some silliness. Early pack in time for 13-hour drive home. Ugh, drive safe.
Vision you are.
Quag collar? Yes, the collar is popped. Now that we have all four mirrors, I mean, we still don't have all forms of this one, so take this with a grain of salt. But I really would like to see a Chaos Chamber playlist of just, like, always DLC bosses. I don't know how they can implement that for non-DLC players, but, like, I would really like to just have Redmorn in my runs more often. I'm always genuinely happy to see Redmorn as my chamber boss. Because I'm just like, hell yeah, this is a cool fight. I like it. All Imelda? No. Stop.
We both love a little loot.
I'd just not do that DLC.
And it's just a realm away.
Primordial Skeep, Fire Blight, 62.7 cooldown rate.
The song in my heart
Not bad.
was stolen from me. Find my loot and get it back. Which is laid first? The egg or the
Oh.
There are instruments in the eggs? How? I mean, wow. Wow. Did the wyverns eat the instrument? Or a tiny instrument maker? Those wyverns sure know how to lay a beat down.
That was a fast one.
Work isn't all it's cracked up to be, is it?
You have to do all 4 or own all 4. You need to do at least one form of each of them one time.
To collect levers from the warriors around here.
It takes DLCs you've completed into account. And you'll get 2 from each one you've completed on top of 2 for the base game. So if you've done form 1 of all 4, then you get 10. Morning, Boom. How you doing? They make 2 featured runs, 1 for base game, 1 for season pass owners. I'd be totally on board with that. It would also, you know, hopefully do something to shut up the people who whine about, oh, it's not money's worth or something. Whatever that talking point is. Skill tooltip doesn't explicitly say you don't have to be standing under Plague Storm to have it store your damage, right? I think you can just be elsewhere. Yeah. Yeah.
You make that look so easy. Don't accidentally break it. You're so strong, it is a concern.
Listen, Dex, let me have hope. I am very squishy on this build. Like, the more I play it, the more I'm just painfully aware of it. I don't know what to do about that, though. Do I move my dexterity into Constitution? Especially because I only have 15 Constitution, and I have the penalty from, Restore the Veil? Like, It's not like the dexterity is doing a lot for the dots. Or for my Geist. That's probably the play. When I got decent enough gear to start running Blade and C50 yesterday, takes some getting used to. That's been fun so far. I am glad. I'll swap your tank, your shield, and amp, still going to save your soul often enough. See, something I'm used to from a lot of the build experimentation I did in BL3 is going down doesn't mean your survivability is bad. Because if you can get up, then it doesn't matter. As long as you can get up, whatever. And Blightcaller has a very easy time getting up, because Spirit Swarm, for example, just kind of sticks around. Your dots will keep ticking while you're down, etc.
We're making excellent progress.
But there are some situations where my low total effective HP has been a problem. Like currently, my wards plus my health is less than just my wards on most of my Berserker builds that take unarmored defense. Like, that's how big the difference is. I have a lot of movement speed, which means I don't get hit often. But one big hit does set me back a ways, because like we were describing when we were on the wheel earlier, for the build concept Vipers tossing around, if I lose my full health, it takes me quite a while to get it back. Like, I basically need health vials. I don't have a source of actual healing, because my dark magic goes to my wards. and I'm not using a healing spell. I don't have a healing passive on armor. Don't have a healing skill. Just, if I drop below full HP, then it's just going to be that way for a while. I was Zane main, so I'm not used to being able to get back up. Well, that's the thing, though, loading screen. Zane could get back up. It's just he required you to actually do more than be the one-button character to get up. Zane had an easier time getting up than Amara did. For example. A crawling Zane has more gun damage than a standing Amara. Can still turn on his Cold War bonus element. Can still potentially have Sentinel and or Digiclone helping his damage. It's a matter of, like, how are you getting up? Which translates well to Blightcaller, because Blightcaller just has the tools. You might go down often, if you're not, you know, Constitution stacked, but you get up easy because you have the tools. It's just a matter of using said tools. You don't need to be a Berserker who is hard to take down and then can stay down forever. Or a Graveborn who doesn't go down. For a Body Rune or Amp for Spirit Storm, I'm thinking Amp is overkill for non-elite mobbing. More opinions are nice. Body Rune is better for the Torg Sticky strategy, as Stone Swan mentioned. I'm largely just still using Amp for an excuse to. If I was playing more optimally, like, the second I step into the chamber and start leading rooms, Body Rune's just gonna be better. And that does present the situation of specking out of Bog Down might be the play, because it would just hurt my Body Rune damage. It's something I've been thinking about. But I like having an excuse to run Amp for the moment. Hey, this is here for once. It's bad video games, okay? No, it's not that at all. It's, Zane's the victim of what they did to Clawbringer, except over a long period of time. So Clawbringer, with Awe, they just made it less interactive, less intuitive, and players can just kind of have the benefits now without having the slightest idea of what's required to do so. Now, imagine they did that to an entire character for an entire game's life cycle. That's Zane. Zane players don't know how to play because the game doesn't ask them to. That's why I don't like those kinds of changes, because it ends up in situations where people are like, but how do I survive? Like, put points in your skill tree. But if you never have to know what's in your skill tree, you see what I'm getting at? Amara's always my favorite because she took the most thought and foresight. Yeah, Amara is interesting that way because certain aspects of her didn't take a lot. Like, just surviving on Amara was pretty easy, but getting up was difficult. Applying your damage to single bosses was difficult. Getting value out of some of her more arcane, if you forgive the pun, mechanics was difficult. Amara was a surface level, like, oh, this is so easy, it's so OP, but in practice, she required more mechanical ability than half of the other characters. So yeah, you're absolutely right there, Craft Knight.
On their faces will be once my powers return.
Fire Ascended Snake Stick Echo? Neat.
Don't be afraid of Red Morn.
I'm torn between Amphilt and Caustic, giving up on Echo instead, but I'm open to change. Caustic is... The status damage is nice, because, you know, Swarm double dips. The chance is ultimately non-impactful with how much you have elsewhere. Like, Virulence covers your chance needs, pretty much. And if you're using something like a Shadowfire with a very high base, or White Rider that just spams procs, or a Crossblade with both, then you don't really need more chance. Amp is just going to be a raw increase to a couple of hits. Now, that can sound minor because it's only 3 shots, but think about how the Sword Explosion is operating here. Amping 3 of your shots by 50% is still a pretty big overall increase, depending on how many stickies you fire. Like a mag of 8 before myth rank, 10 after, so we're amping almost 30% of our shots by 50%. That's a good overall increase, because remember, that increases the base, which increases the dot, which then double dips. So amp is still good. Depending on the weapon, Caustic can absolutely win out, but... Also had some well-rounded class mods, allowed her to have so many different playstyles, like Kensei versus Driver. That's an awkward thing about Amara. She had some very defining class mods, like Driver is absolutely that. Kensei could be that. It kind of needed to be with how short the duration was. I'm kind of annoyed that never got changed. But the majority of her playstyles could just be covered under the umbrella of Phase Zerker. That's an area where Flak really shone through with just how different you could make the character perform through class mods. Yeah, Redmorn 2 does damage. See, this is where Constitution would help me out a lot. Thanks, Plague Storm. Yeah, boy just hits hard. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm just dead. No getting up from that. Yeah, if I don't get that initial good RNG for a melt, that happens. So I'm actually kind of glad that did. Because now I'll just do this. I'm a bit of an oddball. I like when the game tells me no. 1, I don't mind replaying that mirror because it's genuinely fun. 2, I like when the game's like, nope, 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 you gotta iron this shit out. That makes me smile. Idea. I love Caustic, which makes Blightcaller even more fun for me. I tried Plaguestorm for the first time after watching your stream. Definitely something I'll need to build on for sure. Yeah, it's one of those things you need to have damage before it does damage. But once you get it to... It's like a tipping point. Once you get to that point where Plaguestorm is capable of doing damage, your damage takes off. It's crazy. So I'll max status here. There's a real argument for not taking strength for this. And I'm just entertained by that. But we'll go max status, max constitution, the remainder strength. Amp's always going to be more dot damage. I just don't use it anymore because a more convenient playstyle for me to not worry about it. There you go, from the dot man himself. So, higher risk, higher awkwardness for higher reward. Because it's just making the base bigger. Whereas Caustic is a non-unique addition to the formula. It's 30% more in a pool where you likely have 200 to 300. Max Status definitely sounds like an 80s corporate mascot. You're not wrong. Because I am using Amp, Nimble Fingers would not be bad, because the fire rate would really help certain things. I think I could justify taking Nimble Fingers over some of the points in Swift Death. What do you think, Kevin? Any opinion? No? I'm just gonna hiccup a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna not take Bogged Down now. I don't really need Worst Curse, to be honest. I want one Wraith Mail. Take another Flawless Edge. I'll try this out. Worst Curse is just ability damage. And not even a real significant amount at one point. Spell damage does nothing for me here. And I'm picking up some spell damage from Nimble Fingers over here. If I did care about that. I want to see how this works out. Anyways, go now, drink water, chat, and behave. Take it easy, Sora. Thanks for stopping by. Let's go again. So far, I'm about 150 status damage. Probably miss Caustic more than most. Again, if you have Amp, it's just more. But if not, or if you don't want to worry about Amp, then yeah, Caustic Echo would be your go-to. Oh yeah, I was gonna switch to... Oh! I was wearing my loot lug gear. That entire run. That's probably why my damage felt, off. Funny how that works out. Goes to show you, build strong. Because I can just forget the proper gear for an entire run. But now I'm even tankier. Like with this body rune, I have 13k wards. I like that. Lead a room I shouldn't have helped me. It do be like that sometimes. Anytime I elite a room and it ends up being coiled archmages, I'm just like, why is existence a thing? I think that whole process was a mistake. We could just not do that. Elite pig horde. It is the coiled room? There you go. If you had no other status damage, 50% as an always mult over 30%. Yeah. Simply more. It's just the awkwardness bit of, can you get amp? Are you using a weapon that's particularly friendly to amp? Those are the questions to answer. For me, I like amp enough that I'm always going to want to keep that option available. So I prefer amp to caustic for that reason. Echo is non-negotiable for me. Especially in dot builds where there's certain high-profile things that you can't dot. You either have to get tricky with your Spirit Swarm, or you can echo them. Example, Gold Golem, Quartz. You can't dot those, but you can Spirit Swarm or echo them.
And I'll have to count every bit, because these jerks are a bunch of swindlers.
And Echo Plague Storm is a whole vibe.
My wallet.
little more flexible with my elements now that I don't need to worry about soaked. Light spell optimal for amp? Probably. Because you could use a spell claw armor to get an extra point in mage armor. Meaning you'd be getting back 20% for each spell weaving stack. And then you'd be able to still have 3 and amped up. You'd still be able to have Restore the Veil. I'd imagine that Spell Blight would have the most uptime on amp shots with all that. Or you could just go 1 out of 1 mage armor and then 6 out of 3 amped up through armor. Whichever works out better. Buff to guys in the shell twice with armor boost. Yeah, that's... oof. That's crazy, Mackers.
Self-worth and my net worth.
I need an enemy. Echo at work.
We've got the gold, and now it's time to find a few fools to go with it. They'll be the ones waving white flags soon.
You ever said anything about a Season Pass 2 for this game? Green BO4? All we know about BO4 is that it's going to exist. They've not said anything about Season Pass 2 for this game. Thanks for the 50 bits, Coffee. Channel community petition refer to any and all stonk jokes as quonk quonks. It sounds like a dirty word, or like a slur or something. Can we verify and make sure that's not like an insult in some language? I'm on it. Would you rather use an armor with good skill point allocation passes with a crappy prefix, or a god roll prefix with bad skills and passes? Well, prefixes are just like the class combo. Craft Knight. Prefixes don't, unless you're referring to what the armor is itself, like a Miasmic Mail versus a Mantis Claw or whatever. But in general, the order of things I look at with armors is passives first, followed by skills. And then last, I look at what the armor actually is. Now, for some specific armors, it'll go up and down in the order depending on what it is. For example, Smart Armor goes all the way down to the bottom because its passive hurts you instead of helping you. So it'd have to be an insanely well-rolled Smart Armor for me to even consider using it. Like, it'd have to be literally perfect for me to consider using it in most builds. And then for some other situations, like... this Miasmic Mail is only chaotic, and the passes aren't spectacular. But because this is a dot build and Miasmic Mail is so effective on dot builds, it gets a little more weight there. Know what the armor is? Yeah. I tend to look at passives first, because they're the biggest thing. If you look at the passes on this Ascended armor, 49.4% spell damage, 59.3% ability crit chance, 59.3% spell crit chance. Like, those are huge bonuses. That one crit chance passive is about equivalent to a Stabomancer class feat with the maximum amount of class power you could have in the entire game, which is about 99%. It's almost completely even. It's like 0.2% lower than that, but it's in one passive. Area damage, one of the only places you can get area damage is armor passive. You can get a huge amount of movement speed from a passive on armor. If you're running unarmored defense or deathless, getting an HP or a ward passive, invert those, is absolutely huge for your survivability. So passives do a lot on armor, especially at higher chaos tiers. So I'd say that's the most important thing, followed by skills, and then the armor itself matters the least. Noise, as from conversation, that disturbs or disrupts a television or radio program because it's proximity to the microphone or cameras. That's what that's called? I didn't know that's what that was. I learned something interesting today. Huh. Urban Dictionary once they're comical. Yeah, I imagine. Jot that one down next to Wangle. I'm on it. Skeleton dialogue's great in this game. Pieces of weed found behind the couch are scattered on the carpet. These are really all over the map, aren't they? Solid go-to shield for survivability. Can't go wrong with Body Rune. Body Rune is going to provide a little bit of everything you want in this game. It's got a decent capacity, it gives you damage through a fire bonus element, and it gives you a heal on every kill. Body Rune is extremely hard to beat for most builds. It's just that item. Hey, Young Capo, how you doing? Gloop's tanky, Ghostblade struggling, done 3 cycles, just under 50% HP. Yeah, Gloop gets real tanky real fast. It's probably a bad word in language of some Mass Effect or Halo universe species. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Like, these fire numbers you see popping up, that's from Body Rune. So not only is that happening, but it's also healing me every time I get a kill, which is great especially for this setup, because my Dark Magic no longer heals me, it instead fills my wards. This allows me to refill both of my bars pretty easily. New Hyperion Shotgun? What do you mean? If you're talking about Sabomatic, that's been in since DLC 3. Hey Ferric, how you doing? Are we hydrated? Trying to hydrate. Trying to hydrate. I've had not so good health the last couple days. So I've been very dehydrated. Trying to work on that. I'll take a sip. Toured or not, there's no try. Not seeing what that part combo looked new to me. Yeah. Stab-O-Matic gets real weird with the parts. If you guys remember Guardian Angel in Borderlands 3, it was like that as well. You could have 2 Guardian Angels that just look like entirely different guns because Hyperion shotgun parts just change the visuals quite a bit. Good one for shopping and fudge milkshakes with friends. Now it's time to melt at home. Fudge milkshakes, that sounds great. Actually jealous. Can I read this in Torg voice? I don't have the energy for that, sir. You know what I would kill for? A swap speed enchant. It's like spellcast gain swap speed or something. That'd be so nice. Currently, Berserker is the only class in the game that gets swap speed. Yet another Berserker W, but an L for everyone else. It's still kind of weird to me that Hex Machina doesn't have swap speed. It even mentions swapping your guns, but it doesn't give you swap speed unless it's hidden. As stereotypical as it sounds, Stab-O-Matic's definitely my favorite to use, both feel and damage. Stab-O-Matic's one of those polarizing things. I don't hate it that much, because if you look at it from the perspective of a melee gun, it's not even that good. Like, unlike its cousin, its predecessor, the Face Puncher in Borderlands 3, it's not both gun and melee, it's just melee, which balances it out quite a bit. The thing that makes Stab-O-Matic busted in this game is not the Stab-O-Matic, it's not melee damage, it's spell damage. It's the fact that you can take a spell blade, stack a bunch of spell damage, and apply that to the Stab-O-Matic. That's what makes it busted. That's what I have a problem with. The Stab-O-Matic itself is just kind of a useful tool that I have no gripes with.
Why not die already, Burns, right? There's a secret treasure in here. Only the most badass warriors hold the keys to that kingdom. So, get to butt stomping.
Can you stomp on my butt, Vesper? Don't look at me like that. You just Omega bonked yourself. Get absolutely gamered. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 bonk bucks. You have just banished yourself to the horny shadow dimension. Where, contrary to popular belief, it is just a dimension full of shadows that are horny. Do with that information what you will. In fact, taking a bonk buck, fine. Vesper won't let me back into the mirrors. And you gotta respect her decision there. Depending on the bad egg, I miss when it had another effect. It used to also just give a melee multiplier, that it no longer does, but it's still good post-change. It gives always on movement speed, which is fantastic. And it gives a pretty nice bonus element when depleted. It's definitely one of the better wards in the game. A problem with it, though, is that there's a couple things you are forcing yourself not to use if you want to use a bad egg optimally. For example, a vampire hilt will just ensure that you have very little uptime on the bad egg's effect, because vampire restores both wards and HP. And if you run a bad egg on a blight caller with not worse curse, I keep saying the wrong thing, restore the veil, then the bad egg's bonus element will fill the bad egg, even if only a little bit, which turns off the bonus element. So those are two things you absolutely want to avoid when running a bad egg. Harbinger Amulet would be another one to avoid. Amped Up is something you'd want to avoid. Wraith Mail. You know, just anything that restores your wards, you just need to stay away from with that. But, in terms of damage output, it's great. And the movement speed is very significant as well. Running a bad egg with a selective amnesia is a very potent combo, because the movement speed will go into the amnesia's calculation for its damage bonus. The dark magic bonus element will always be on because you'll usually be just on fire, providing just enough damage to turn off your shield regen. And then the dark magic bonus element will give you a minor amount of healing to help fight any of the damage that the burn did to your health bar. It's a good combo. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Finally max bank SDU. Oh yeah, I should buy SDUs on some characters while we have this event. Good reminder. Did I buy them all on this character? I don't know. I'll have to check. We'll check that. I'm still not very tanky, even with this huge amount of constitution. At least not on my health bar, but my ward bar, very juicy. Does the base damage or spellblade matter as Stabmatic? No. What matters on your spellblade is the crit chance on it. Spellblade can roll 10, 11, or 12. And Stabmatic is melee, so it goes off of your melee crit stuff, which looks at your melee weapon to determine its base. So a 12% crit spellblade would be a 17% base for your crit chance before increases, which is gonna get you to a pretty high value. With a 17% Twin Soul here on this build, my melee crit chance with no investment into that, other than what I might happen to have on gear, is 47%, which is way higher than any gun's gonna get. Using a volatile ice one with 12%, something good to go? Yeah, you're good. In this game, you can actually pretty comfortably get to the 80s and 90s with melee crit chance. And Spellblade's on the higher end of available weapons with good crit chance. Because you have, so like with this Twin Soul, my base is 22%. Because 17 plus the base of 5. You can get up to 20% on a Rage Handle. I think you can get 21 on a combo, I think. So, let's just go with the Rage Handle. You can have a 25% base. Think about how much more impactful a 50% melee crit chance increases on a 25 base than it is on a 5 base. 12.5% from one single boost is like a lot. Like a lot. That's huge. Your dexterity gets infinitely more valuable with that high base chance as well.
While you were raiding that treasury, I remembered something else they stole from me.
Every time I watch your streams, I grow brain cells.
I'd like it back.
Hey, I'm happy to get the brain juices flowing.
They're keeping my soul fire around here. I can sense it. You can see it, obviously. Everything
Makes me want to go play. So much knowledge. That's something that I enjoy that feeling as well. I watch a few people who just get me wanting to play certain things. In fact, sometimes Lazy will troll me like this, because he knows that when he plays something, I'm usually like, fuck, I should play that now. And he'll just drop hints until I do it. Like, I started playing Fallout 4 again a few days ago, just because he'd been sprinkling in hints for weeks about Fallout 4. Then eventually I just messaged him, I'm like, alright, give me mods. He just sent me a list of like 20 mods to run. Like, quickly. Anytime Cheese plays a game, I usually end up playing that in short order. It's a fun feeling when someone gets you motivated to play something.
fake wyvern
Last time I think I played was right around last time I watched your stream. Hey.
nose, which is also where you should punch that jerk.
Oh, you got the burning room and a chamber run Viper? That is cool. I'd still be better off running a poison sword explosion here, but if I use cryo now, then I don't have to switch for the boss. Yeah, I'm so much tankier. This is great. Such a big room. Like, what part of it? Do you get this bit, or is it just that, like, other bit? Actually, there's that huge chunk. They want you to go right, but you can just go left, and there's a bunch of the room that doesn't get used. You get it all? You get this too? That's sick. That's so cool. I've not gotten this one in the chamber yet. I've gotten Redmorn a couple times. I haven't gotten any of the new rooms. I'll have to do some like extended runs and try and make that happen. There's a jump pad to above the main door. That's awesome.
It's high time the lost souls that Redmorn's hoarded were free. Don't you think?
Alright, logically I should use soaked here. Because immune to fire and poison. Sick until you get zombie gunners, they just hide. Oof. Damn, Redmorn. You do damage. Where are the enemies?
See you later, Death.
Planned that.
Right now.
That was planned.
This soul right for color. Storm's coming. Viscera was good on them, no?
Yeah, Redmorn 2 really discourages you bullying the way you can Redmorn 1. Like, if you hang out down here, you just get hit a lot. Now, the solution is to use the map geometry to go up and fight him that way. Or you could just brute force it. Either way is fun, though. Yeah, Redmorn 2 just constantly spits damage. I like it a lot. Good boss fight.
Every time is like watching all my fears vanish at once.
Anything interesting you do with Tyrant's Truth? The melee damage from it goes in the on swing category instead of the regular melee damage one. So that's actually potentially, depending on your enchantment situation, that could be like a fresh multiplier for your melee. Particularly if you're doing stab-o-matic stuff, that's like impactful. So that's one thing. It's on swing melee instead of like this melee. So additive with consec hits enchant. And the Feral Surge fire rate and melee damage enchant. Getting absolutely murdered, this is so fun. Yeah, I like difficulty.
Itself, literally.
The Constitution was a good choice as well, though. There was a couple attacks from Redmorn that I survived that I would not have if I hadn't invested there. What do you change between today and earlier this week? I'm no longer expecting to Worst Curse or Bog Down. I now have a point in Wraithmail, whereas I didn't before. I'm running Nimble Fingers instead of 4 and Swift Death, which that's just like a experiment. 4 and Swift Death is probably still better. And I moved my Dexterity to and some of my Strength into Constitution. I don't even have max Strength here. Because think about it, dots aren't going to crit that much. My status effect crit chance is 8.2%. It's nothing. Guns, I could still just hit the crit spot. So not having max Strength doesn't mean as much here. Because I'm not using From the Shadows. If I was using From the Shadows, then I want more Strength, but like, I'm not. I also put a Body Rune back on. I have Ascended Body Runes on other saves. I should switch to one of those. Or we could just get a new one for this one. Oh yeah, I need to re-roll enchants. Alright, you can stay there. I'm gonna want those moon orbs. If only we still had Claws post head crit. Yeah, pre-change awe was nuts. I should look at that new Demon Blight I got. Frost, Dark Magic. That one can stay. This one has Lightning, which I really like for amped up, but maybe I don't need that. Maybe I'll try this one out instead. Armor passes you look for all in area damage for this. It almost entirely doesn't matter. Move speed is great. Other than that, health regen 1, ward capacity, like move speed and defensive stats, honestly, because gun damage doesn't increase your dots, spell damage doesn't increase your dots, melee damage is not, it's not relevant here. I guess like ability crit chance would give Plague Storm some occasional really big spikes. Ability damage could help out Plague Storm. But for the most part, for dot builds, your armor passives, you have a lot of flexibility, which gives you good room to focus on the skills and the armor itself. Just looking for Miasmic Mail. You could go with Miasmic Mail. In a pinch, Plate Mail can work. Amalgam. Miasmic Mail would be like the play, but totally understandable if you don't want to expose yourself to a Melda for that. If you ever want to use it, got a Smart Armor, a 3 in Frostbite, and 1 in Blast Chill, though you clearly detest Smart Armor. Yeah, the thing with Smart Armor is it gives you a... Do I happen to have any? I usually don't keep any on me, but like I'll look. The crit chance penalty from Smart Armor is post-add, meaning it will take... It can't be canceled out. It will take your final calculation here, whatever these numbers are, and then it takes the penalty. It halves whatever ends up here. So my pretty substantial looking melee crit chance here, 47.3, just have it. Smart Armor says hi. And the bonus Smart Armor gives is equivalent to, what, like 50 points in strength? And it is additive with that strength. So, you know how strength is so non-impactful here? I'm able to just kind of skip some of it. And how sneak attack over in the Stabo tree is bad because it is effectively 1 point of strength per point. Smart Armor just kind of is in that boat. It is a very, very minor bonus with a huge penalty. So Smart Armor was 100% crit damage to make it sort of even out. It would be better. I still don't think I could recommend it. Now, there's some situations where you can get around the penalty. Like, if you're using From the Shadows, it doesn't have the penalty while it's active. If you're using a laser hand, you can fully charge, and you have a post-add crit chance increase that kind of overpowers it, and you still always crit with a fully charged laser hand. But there's even in those situations, there's armors that just provide more damage than Smart Armor does without the penalty in the first place. So it's one of those, you can make it not the worst, but Smart Armor is never the best. Even giving it 50% more crit damage, that makes it sound a lot more attractive. I'm sure it would be better. I don't think I'd use it still. Makes sense running a Sabo Blight Amalgam right now, but got a Blight Burr, Miasmic. Might switch to, lose a point of Contagion, but pick up Miasmic benefit. Yeah. Yeah, because that, not only is it status chance, which isn't huge, but like, if it's there, you may as well take it. But that status damage is very nice for this kind of build. I think it's the best armor in general. Unfortunately, Mosquito Mail. If I had to quantify that by a best, unfortunately it's Mosquito Mail. And that outlines the problem with Mosquito Mail. Normally, best is situational and, you know, a little bit subjective, which is a good thing. It keeps things competitive with each other, it keeps build crafting alive and diverse. But when something is a clear, hey, this is best, well, that undermines the whole system, does it not? And Mosquito Mail is just that level of bonkers, batshit insane that without hesitation, that's the best. It's not even purely free damage, Pico. It is also the only armor that gives you cooldown. The only one. People forget about the second half of Mosquito. Here, do I have one? I have one. On kill, gain 2.5% spell cooldown rate for each crossbolt stuck on the target. This can also roll his action skill instead. So, not only is it one of the strongest sources of damage in the entire game and completely free in its, like, usage, it also is the only armor that gives cooldown. It doesn't need to be both of those things. And that's the problem with things like Mosquito and Buffmeister. They'll be the only thing that provides one aspect, and they'll also just have an entire library of additional effects that are all individually overpowered. Suppresses player choices. I don't like it. Like, Buffmeister is the only movement speed spell in the entire game, but it also gives you a global bonus element and monstrous stat bonuses, etc. If it was just move speed, I'd love it, and it'd be competitive with other things rather than being strictly better. Would have been cool if it was the only cooldown one, I think. Yeah, it could have just had the cooldown peak on it. Would have been great. Morning, Zank. How you doing? And Kevin. Kevin, where are you? Jake is somewhere, too. I don't know where either of them are. I think Kevin's under my bed. Jake's probably in my closet. I don't even like to use it. Try to stick to Paradigm, Scorpion Plate Mail. Yeah, I stick to other things as well. It's just, I have a couple mosquitoes that I'm like, hey, this is funny. But I stay away from it. I wouldn't present a build that uses Mosquito because the Mosquito is more impactful than the build. Just me personally. Oxander Shadow have disagree. Everyone's got their own personal preferences. Some people just like a big damage number, and they don't care how they get it. I'm more picky. Personal preference. But I don't think it's a secret that with things like Mosquito and Buffmeister in the room, and to a lesser extent, if we're being honest, Body Rune, things that just completely overpower all of their competition, it suppresses player creativity. That's just how it is. One of the most commonly asked questions I've seen streaming this game in the chat from first-time chatters is, why not Buffmeister? Or would Buffmeister be good here? It has people build with that in the front of their mind rather than what their actual build is. And Mosquito will enter the same niche once it gets more popular, more commonly held by people. Once more people just have it, you know. It'll enter the same space of people prioritizing that over anything else. One thing it likes, it allows you to pretty much use anything and still be viable, but you can already do that with most things. That's the thing. Like, build diversity in this game is crazy. But because, since day one, we've had the Buffmeister, and because Pixies have gotten buffed 3 separate times, there's a lot of people out there who believe that there aren't viable options. It's like, no, you just need to actually construct a build around this thing. Like the bee, honestly, it enters the same space there, where the bee wasn't to the extent of, say, Mosquito. The bee wasn't ever actually like, hey, this is the best damage you can have. No, there's stuff that was better than that in a wide variety of situations. But it was so easy to use, or at least straightforward in its use, I should say. Different than easy. It's so straightforward in its use and so wildly popular that a lot of people just, you know, construct their entire gameplay loop and every one of their builds around the bee shield. It got off easy. It should have been gutted, and because it wasn't, certain endgame boss design had to be done with the bee in mind, which is why some of the bosses are just HP bloat with no real mechanics. And any Veracitus haters out there? Well, Veracitus exists because of the bee.
Is that a weapon? Your favorite.
A weapon. Just like me.
So if you hate Veracitus, by proxy, you also hate the bee shield. Just so you know. Class ring with action skill duration melee crit chance. Shame this is gun damage. Oh, that's awkward. What can I do with this? That's a lot of duration. Sad. Sad about it. I'll take it anyway, but I'm sad about it. Let's put some stuff away. Would be perfect Wicked Gossip for a dot build. Multi-projectile, lower the dot. Not that I've seen. Now, I could have consistently been getting the bug on every single roll, but extra projectile does not appear to lower the dot. I only have ×2s right now, so... Oh, no, here we go. Here's ×1. Yeah, that's the same dot between ×1 and ×2. Same exact value. So, I would imagine you want a ×3. It can go up to ×3. It can't be ×4, but it can be ×3. ×3 Wicked Gossip with a status damage part, or a status chance part. Would Alchemical Agent be a no-brainer for a dot melee build? Does Blight just do more and points are better elsewhere? I would still lean heavily towards Alchemical Agent, because you could, for example, from the Shadows Alchemical, and that's just crazy damage. Taking Berserker as your second class for a lot of good survivability and supplementary melee stuff. I haven't tried Spirit Swarm melee, but losing Alchemical Agent is a big deal because you need a big dot to feed into Spirit Swarm to start it doing its thing. And if you don't have Alchemical, then you're going to need a melee weapon with a good dot itself. A lot of the ones that are good damage don't have good dots. So that'd be tricky. I would lean heavily towards Alchemical, is the short answer. Boy, do we dodge a bullet with no alchemical in armor? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. If the game gave you some specific buffs when you pick your second class, suggest what kind of build would work. Status chance for Blade Caller, melee buffs for Claw Burr. I think it would just kind of unnecessarily pigeonhole people into things more than the game does. It does as much as it needs to for that. Classes kind of for the most part have their own areas. Like Blight Caller is great for gun stuff, great for dot stuff. Can be made to work for ability stuff. Those are its areas. Stabomancer is melee stuff and dot stuff. Those are its areas. You can make From the Shadows apply to gun stuff, but that's a From the Shadows thing, not a Stabomancer thing. Spore Warden is gun stuff, companion stuff, ability stuff. A huge asterisk next to ability stuff, because it alone is not going to make abilities work. It requires another class that helps that to make abilities work. Like, I think it's already apparent enough. One time I used B and BL2 is when I did speed kills with buck up stacks, since I'm not good enough to not get hit and make the Bs. Since oh, yeah, okay, I did read that correctly. Can't stop me thinking of a melee-focused Shroom Wraith and cry about it when it don't work. Understandable. You could end up with the outright problem of does say this combo does X, but players think it does Y, and the dev chosen buffs suck for what we think it'll be excellent for. Yeah, there's a melee armor they introduced for Devastator. Ooh, Brutal Stampede with Blast Gas, spell and ability. Crit damage and crit chance. Huh, that's trying to be a lot of things. They introduced a melee armor for Devastator in their expansion. And it had anomaly power, which is like, okay, that scales up the melee damage, that makes sense. But the armor's unique effect scales up with firepower, which is the game's gun damage, basically. And then they changed the armor, they buffed it by changing all future copies to roll with firepower instead of anomaly. Like, okay, that makes the armor's effect better, but it makes your melee worse. So why? They have a different vision for the thing than what logic would dictate. Reason why I asked what all goes into Echo Hilt Mod's damage. Anything that isn't melee. So you can't make a melee-focused build that focuses on Echo, because then you won't have any Echo damage. But with the discovery that Livewire is no longer melee, it happens for melee, but it's no longer melee, maybe sufficient investment into Livewire relevant tech would make Echo, like, viable there. As provided you're swinging slow enough. You would have to swing slow. Not fast. Petty Tantrum. I want you to be good. You're just not.
It's actually the weight of an entire universe. I'm only teasing, but it did feel important, didn't it?
Okay, let's head over to the chamber. Benefit of picking a multi-class is you get that multi-class. I don't think you need to give anything more. Yeah, like you already get a passive bonus for just being that multi-class. That is already a feature that exists. What about the Livewire? Livewire doesn't have a damage source. They changed it at some point, quietly, which is better for overall balance. But this means that, for example, Livewire can't apply Alchemical Agent because it's not melee. It doesn't get Spellblade because it's not melee. So that's an interesting piece of information. Let's do some extended runs. I want to try to get the new rooms. The whole idea is to feed Echo and Plaguestorm into each other. Well, that's not a melee-focused build. You said melee-focused. That's not melee-focused. You will not get any damage by focusing melee there, because Echo won't get anything. Now, you would eventually get something out of Plaguestorm, but you'd get more by doing anything that isn't melee. So what you said and what you were asking for are two different things. It's like Groundbreaker and BL3. People kept calling Groundbreaker a melee thing. No. It specifically says, hey, delivered by melee, not stacked by melee. You know where Groundbreaker does the least? Melee builds. You know where Echo does the least? Melee builds. Echo needs you to melee and Plaguestorm's damage feeds into Echo or not. Okay, I will explain again. Melee attacks deal 10% of all non-melee damage dealt by the Fate Maker over the last 10 seconds as bonus damage, and reset this bonus. 10% of all damage you did in the last 10 seconds that is not melee, and swinging your weapon at all, whether you connect or not, resets your Echo stored damage. Yes, Plaguestorm counts everything that isn't ability, but if your damage is focused on melee damage, you are not building Echo. You are building Plaguestorm, but you're not building Echo. Plaguestorm then delivers a percentage of what you have stored from your melee, and then Echo will deliver a percentage of that. But by focusing on melee, you are limiting the damage that Plaguestorm is going to inhale, because your Echo turns to dog shit. It's not, it's focused on ability damage, just want to use Echo to deliver. Okay, let's scroll back to where you said, can't stop me of making a melee-focused Shroom Wraith and cry about it when it don't work. That was you 7 minutes ago. So I'm responding to what you said 7 minutes ago. Those are your words in the chat. That's what you said. Might not have been what you meant, it's what you said. Echo or Caustic for dot build, would you say? Echo, I would say, would be a lot more important, because there are some things that you cannot dot. I'm looking around for one right now, I don't see one. But for example, you know the courts where badasses spawn from? You can't dot those. The gold golem in DLC 4, you can't dot it. So having Echo gives you a way to deal a chunk of damage that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. I really like Echo for that reason. Whereas Caustic is just boosting a stat, two stats really, that you already have a lot of, more likely than not. Hey, DLC 3 room. I can change up Crossblade element now that I think about it. I picked up that fire one. Fire Dark Magic. Yeah. Try that out. No enchant right now, but I can fix that easily. That's 2 mag. That's awkward. I like the other one better. I'll still enchant that one at some point today, I think. I'm trying to think of how many times I've actually gotten this room in Chambers. It's not many. I don't know where the objectives end up or anything. Cool trap locations, though. Ah, here's a quartz. So, like, see, I can't dot it, but I can echo it. That's a perfect showcase of why echo's good. And echo also feeds into Plague Storm, provided you are doing a damage source that isn't melee. Hey Manigeek, how you doing? Do I do Bunny? I'd have trouble getting in, honestly. I'll do Bark if Bark pops up.
Love my job. Scared of me yet?
Another reason why you can justifiably drop a little strength in this setup is toxicity is additive with that. So I can think of toxicity as just getting that strength that I was missing. I like that. I think the White Rider should be renamed to the Blight Rider. I'm not opposed. Echo moment.
Jet delivery incoming.
Just dotting enemies through walls with a crossblade. It's fine. Nothing to see here. Tried inflammation on this? I've not. Now that I'm not really caring about soaked, inflammation could be good here. I'd lose amped up uptime. I'll have to think about that. I'd probably want more spell damage if I was going to do so. But that's not really too much of a big ask. I did take Nimble Fingers. I could move some points around to get some more Worst Curse. Not a bad idea. It would still be feared friendly, which is the biggest reason I'm not using a Rain Bolt or a Time Skip right now. Hey, DLC 1 room.
You're done. Overloaded.
Once you're amped up, be a flat bar crossblade? Yes, but having multiple sources is always a good thing. And that's provided I continue using this crossblade. I'm using some other guns as well. Like, Arc Torrent helps me when I'm using Sword Explosion or Shadowfire or White Rider. And sure, I'll eventually get amped up through Contagion, but it's just a nice perk of the Arc Torrent that it was good at applying that. Found Laser Hand pretty fun if you don't have Bog Down. Yeah, I did spec out a Bog Down today. Hey, another DLC 3 room. Ooh, I don't think I've gotten this one very many times. Gotten this one like twice before.
Oh, so now you're worried about the climate. Now look, get a soul hit while you're done.
Gonna try T2 Redmore for the third time today. Let's hope I don't get ruined. Good luck. It's a fight where the boss can actually hurt you, which I do quite enjoy. Made any builds with Rage Handle? Yeah. I'm currently using Rage Handle on my Ghostblade setup, and I did mess around with it on Feral Surge with max swing speed. Or, not max, but near max. And it is definitely amusing. Rage Handle's good. A bit buggy because axe animations don't hold up at high swing speed for very long. They just kind of start breaking the game. But yeah. Plague Storm on Obelisk is so good. Quagnonimus is also Quag. I like when bosses. I played a while. Does new class do? New class stuff. It's the Blight Caller. It calls Blight. Difference between Executioner's Blade and the setup versus on Barber is huge, though. Yeah. Blight Caller's got some very interesting status effect oriented gameplay. It's got some very cool action skills that definitely played differently from all the other ones in the game. It's got some fun gun stuff. Some fun movement speed tech. Like, it's too much for me to digest and boil down into a sentence. Like, class is good. It's been received well pretty much universally. I've not seen people disliking the class. So if new classes interest you, then this one is a hit.
Looks like I'm staying alive.
Don't forget Ball.
Hey, yeah, boy. You've got to call me then.
How could I forget Ball? Thank you, Spirit Swarm. Originally a Graveborn main, does Blightcaller pair with that? Not as well as you'd hope, to be perfectly honest. Typos? Nah, I understood what you meant. Graveborn doesn't provide that much to classes you pair it with. It gives a lot in the global damage category, but Blightcaller covers that. It gives survivability, but in a way that's kind of diametrically opposed to how Blightcaller works. But the things that Graveborn doesn't have are the things that Blightcaller also doesn't have, so you're just kind of doubling down on your weaknesses without really gaining anything.
Brings you closer to death.
I rate Grave lower than most people would, I guess. Grave is in a similar situation to Stabo and Spore, where it's got a couple defining things that, depending on your perspective, will inflate or deflate the overall class value. For example, Stabomancer tree is a flaming dumpster fire, with the exception of From the Shadows, Contagion, Alchemical Agent. But those three things are so good that the class just kind of works. Spore Warden is pretty bad, with the exception of Play the Angles. Play the Angles alone keeps Spore super competitive for gunplay. But only for gunplay. Graveborn has Faithful Thralls plus Dark Hydras, which is a very good combination for applying damage to any build. Sanguine Sacrament's one of the best survivability skills in the game. It's got Blast Gasp and Stain of the Soul for spellcasting, which are both insanely good. It's got Ascension, which is insanely good for spellcasting as well. It's got some good stuff, but it's hard to pair with certain classes because they kind of overlap the same weaknesses in some areas. What about a Spellcaller build? Blightcaller provides almost nothing of value to spellcasting builds. You have Worst Curse, which the spell damage is more minor than what a Spell Shot and a Graveborn get in Tree. The ability damage is irrelevant to spells unless you are also a Graveborn for Blast Gasp, but if you're a Spell Shot, you don't have that, so the ability does nothing for you. Flawless Edge is nice, Wraithmail is nice, Amped Up if you can get it is nice, but the thing is, with a Spellcaster build, how are you getting all of these elements? Burnt Offering is gun damage and spell cooldown, both of which Spellshot already has in abundance. Frostbite, the melee damage is irrelevant, the crit chance, depending on your choice of spell, is also irrelevant. Toxicity, the action skill cooldown is likely to be irrelevant, the companion damage is irrelevant. Unless you're doing like pixie stuff, but there's better multi-classes for that too. The crit damage is ultimately very minor. Amped Up is good, especially if you're running an Amnesia, that's very good. But Geist in the Shell is a gun thing. So I suppose if you're doing a Spell Shot, a Blightcaller gun build, that'd be very good. Spell Shot's great at boosting guns, and of course Geist in the Shell would benefit. But there's very little here that helps caster builds. Spellcasting is not in Blightcaller's wheelhouse. Imbued Weapon. Imbued Weapon takes your spell element, so it doesn't do anything that casting doesn't already do for you.
Keep it going.
Because if you can cast a spell of that element, well, shooting that out of your gun doesn't really help you, does it? So if you're doing a gun build, Spell Shot Blightcaller would be very good, especially if you lean into some amp shenanigans. And just the amount of raw damage Spell Shot has in both spell and gun damage. Spell damage still being relevant because magic bullets. And then you have, Geist in the Shell going off of that insane base. It'd be quite good. But for spellcasting, nope. pales in comparison to Deadshot, that being spell Grave, Chillmonger, that being spell Burr, Hexecutioner, that being spell Claw, Trapscallion, that being spell Stabbo. It would be worse off than all of those. It would be better spellcaster than Sporcerer, I guess. Gonna go Mo, BRB, sounds good. Trying not to have a recency bias, but I think Blight's my favorite class. With all the movement speed, elemental destruction, run and gun style, just so much fun. It's hard to not be biased towards it, Shane. Yeah, I agree. But it is just very, very active, very enjoyable. I like how interactive this class is. You're managing a bunch of dot timers. You're trying to cover different elements best you can without encountering the downsides of that. It goes into, yes, Kevin, I'm explaining. It goes into multiple categories of builds. You know, you got your ability builds, your status builds, your gun builds, your companion builds. Just not really melee or spell for what it's worth, but that's fine. Those are pretty well covered by other classes. The action skills are very unique. They played very differently than other class action skills, and they each have their kind of area, which is good. And Spirit Swarm is a fantastic capstone. I think Blightcaller is up there in my favorites, personally. Hi, Kevin. Goes into Ghostblade pretty well, not gonna lie. You can make that work, yeah. I mean, that's my Ghostblade build currently, for sure. It just doesn't feed into that as well as other classes would. I wouldn't consider it in his wheelhouse, as more like it just works.
She's just a girl and
Hey,
she's
Poison.
on fire. There you go, Quack.
19 months already. What?
I know, time
Smiley
is...
face. Quag pride.
Time is crazy. Thank you so much, Poison, for the 19 months, for you being part of the community, for your exceptional support over the, I can say, years now. That's crazy. It means a lot. Now, how you doing today? Sweet little kitty? Yeah, Dyson, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Once I get more gear, I'll swap between Claw and Blight often and see if there's a better one between the two. Those are the two I'd use for it. Yeah. Me too.
This will brighten your day. I'm toxic, I know.
I like my loadout of weapons here a lot. Crossblade with lightning allows me to cover things like that. Shadowfire lets me cover flesh. I need a better Shadowfire. I should honestly roll that. Sword Explosion in either cryo or poison, depending on what I need. And then White Rider for when I need something super reliable. It just feels good swapping through these weapons. It's a lot of money. That money pickup sound. Happy Saturday, Pragmatic. ×4 Arcane Bolt. It's fun. Can you get ×5? I don't know, actually. For Claw, what do I get out of Spell and what do Grave? You're gonna have to clarify that question, Kingman. I have no idea what you're asking. Let's roll SMGs. I want better Shadowfires. For class combo, for Claw between two, what can I get from them? Spell Shot would give you more gun damage. The most spell damage. whereas Graveborn would give you more survivability, while still giving some amount of spell, but no assistance for your gun. You'd get a lot more in general out of going spell when paired with Claw for either a gun or a spellcasting build. If you're doing companion stuff for Clawbringer, like if you're trying to buff your Wyvern, then Grave would be better at that. Spell makes Claw a great generalist, really. You can do Gunhammer and spells, yeah. The fact that you can convert spell damage into so many other things really makes Spell Shot more of a generalist than it has any right to be. Which is something Gearbox noticed and did tone back a little bit. Spell Weaving is weaker than it used to be. But it's still the strongest source of spell damage in the game, and requires 0 class investment. You could simply put all of your skill points into Clawbringer Tree, none into Spell Shot, and still have more damage for your hammer than other classes would provide just by wearing a Spell Blade or a Warp Paradigm. You just have more. Because class power is going to boost that that Spell Shot power, that Spell Weaving feat. And the most spell damage will translate to the most conditional damage with Spellblade. And you could also convert 35% of that to melee damage and ability damage. And just, it's silly. Throwable Hole now does self-damage, and I hope they fix that. It's very awkward to use now that the gun part of it murders you. I was hoping for like a primordial or better fire, shadow fire, but no, no luck. When that started happening, patch. So a week ago, week and a half. Love my Sabo, which gets some nice tweaks. Stabomancer's been experiencing this thing where more and more of the power has just been shoved into the From the Shadows box. Like, Contagion's still great, but it requires being started off by either Alchemical Agent or doing allergies, sorry, doing Blight Color dot stuff. So like Contagion on its own utility, it appears the exploit their weakness change didn't take, which is a good thing because it would have been a bad change. But the fact that they targeted it at all says that they don't want the power to come from here the way it is. And then haste is swing speed, but it's less than Iron Squall. Executioner's Blade is nice because of hitboxes, but it also requires you investing in one of the weaker skill trees as a whole. Ghost Blade is good, but again, hitboxes, so it falls behind the other ranged melee action skills, and other sources in general. And then that leaves you From the Shadows, which is just a do everything better action skill. I don't think this entire class should be defined by having one ridiculously overpowered action skill, but that's the way it is. Haste is per point same as Iron Squall, or was before Squall buff. Squall got buffed. And you can also boost Squall more, Viper. For example, you can get to 10 Squall, whereas you can only get to 6 Haste. And while that might be relative in a vacuum, keep in mind that armor rolls and stuff are a bit more diverse. It does give you more room. And you can make more tree progression off of just Squall than you can off of just Haste. Pound for pound, I'd say if you put the two next to each other, Squall's a better skill. It gets you down the tree. Haste gets you down the tree. It's by no means bad, but think about it. Skill that doesn't provide direct damage is the preferred way of getting down the tree that provides you some of the least damage. It's not an ideal scenario. I think I take that. Yeah, I take that. Cool. Now I can roll other stuff. I want to try out Garlic Breath on that Barbarian with Rage Handle I was doing, because I could use this to apply Bog Down to like all the enemies around me. And that sounds like a good time. I could stick this Ancient Rage Handle on there. This Feral Surge isn't cooling down fast enough. Have Blood of the Fallen, Ancient Rage Handle, and Headsman's Enchant all in one place. Because fuck you, I guess. Spore and Stabo trees need some love. Yeah.
Think you can make it?
I'd agree with that. It's not a question of need, it's like deserve. Need? No. Deserve? Yes. Jamaican food's S tier? Absolutely. Jerk chicken is tippity top tier. You're making me hungry? Same. You're making food right now? I'm not making food right now. Are you making food right now? That's elite. How do you adjust FTS? Is just always gonna be OP. FTS mechanically, it can't really be stopped from doing what it's doing because it's in a game where everything crits. Short of giving it a duration penalty, but keep in mind class power increases its duration. So you can already get FTS to the point where without using something like the enchant specific for it or Blood of the Fallen, you can get it to last almost a minute with enough gear and Stavo class power behind it. You can get it to last almost a minute. So maybe a duration reduction would do something without affecting the vast majority of cases. It served to lower the ceiling. But it doesn't need to have a high ceiling because with base duration and a decent build, it's got enough to just kind of dumpster the content. So I genuinely don't know how you stop FTS from being what it is, but I know what you don't do is continually shave power away from the rest of the class to make FTS more and more seem like one of the only options. Ghostblade's good, but is it good enough to justify, you know, leaving it alone and nerfing things in the skill tree that affect both it and FTS? No. Beyonce got jerk, I got curry goat. Nice. I haven't had curry goat in a minute. But it sounds good. Makes me want to hop on a 3-hour plane ride. I was recently booking some vacation time for myself. It's coming up. There'll be a gap in streams for September, by the way. But there was this offer. It was like it was like a sale on a first class upgrade or something, and it would have been only $2,600 more to upgrade all of my tickets to first class. Only $2,600 more. That's a bargain, huh, chat? What a deal. For how long of a plane ride? 5 hours. 5 hours. So, like, question mark? Pocket change. Yes, I, the #1 shill. Just eat that expense for breakfast. You got me. That 2,000 give up my seat on an overbooked flight, now we talking. Provided they put you on a different flight, sure. Sure. I've done more for less. You don't have $5K bills? I'm sorry to report, I do not. Toothless or Nullify? I'm gonna go with Toothless. I think Toothless affects this build less than Nullify does. Because we don't crit that much. Okay, here's a hilarious thing. What if, to counter getting Toothless on a build where your armor slot doesn't matter much, what if you put on a smart armor so that you crit less? $5,000 IQ. Please stop talking. Never. And remember the Richie Rich cartoon? His allowance required a line of workers wheelbarrowing money into vaults. They made a cartoon of Richie Rich? I remember the... Wait, which came first, the cartoon or the movie? Because I remember that was a... Wasn't that a Macaulay Culkin movie? Was that Macaulay Culkin or was that someone else? My memory's shitting out right now. Ow. Hi, friend. Yes, in the 80s? Okay. Because I've seen that movie. I watched it a bunch of times on TV as a kid. Aww. That was unfortunate. Comic series first? Today I learned. Today I learned. How old are we? Let's not talk about it. I'm often still in that headspace of, the 80s was only like 15 years ago. No.
This'll keep me going.
Older than Quag. True. Why you paying me with numbers? Isn't that like my whole job description? The 80s is now the 40s when we lived in the 80s. Wow, no, that's... You hurt some people with that one, J-Bridge. It's my favorite food. I'm a big sushi fan. I always liked it, but I suppose it progressed towards being like my favorite food when I lived in a place for a few years where I couldn't really get it. So now I just appreciate it that little bit more. Closer to 50 than 40 now. Ah, you got that youthful energy, Poison. I don't. Mind age is about 30. Makes sense. Has to be proper spicy tuna, though. None of that spicy mayo on top of lazy nonsense. Mayo on sushi is something that I'm, like, generally slightly averse to. There's some rolls that can make it work, but I just don't... I don't know. Maybe it's a texture thing. Their old and fashioned trends and routines are being worn by modern teens. Wasn't it a headline the other day that Billie Eilish is like bringing back the 90s cutoff jean shorts? I remember seeing that somewhere. Like, I don't give a single shit, but I was forced to consume that headline, so now you guys do, I guess. That's Oscar winner Billie Eilish to you. Oh, I love her music. Like, don't get me wrong, J-Bridge. She's one of those ridiculously talented human beings that you can only look at with envy. Control smells, see what I deal with. I mean, stop smelling then. Duh. Thanks for the 50 bits, coffee. Don't consider a buffet that has spicy tuna, grilled... No, stop. It's rude. It's rude. I got you, fan. I got you. There you go. Thank you for amassing that 100k channel points from your continued support. Hope you enjoy the sub.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
That's another reason swap speed would be great. Gambling channel points works wonders. Number of times Spirit Swarm saved me. It's so good. It's really just probably my favorite capstone. I'm trying to think. Other capstones, I think Spirit Swarm's just my favorite, honestly. What type of armor would be good for a companion setup? I was thinking Claw. I don't know what to do with. Brutal Stampede, Claw, Selective Amnesia. All of those would be quite good. Spirit Swarm would be working overtime? Yeah. Means me and Ratio help. You did, J-Bridge. Not all heroes wear capes. And the best ones don't. Hey, Coffee, thanks for taking care of Thermal. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thermal, enjoy the usual stuff. You know the deal. Wholesome community, real. Graveborn Cap is good, but not as noticeable. Yeah, Graveborn Cap is definitely very good. It's just, much like Play the Angles, it's down a skill tree that I don't often find myself having a reason to go down. Now, for Spellcaster builds, it's absolutely incredible. And just like how Play the Angles for gun builds is absolutely incredible. But in terms of its use cases, it's like, is that all? It's awkward. Now, in fairness, Spirit Swarm is that, but for dots, but like, every elemental damage can leave a dot. Not every, but almost every. So, at the very least, it just be constant damage helping you, that you can direct with a ping. Storm Smite does no relevant damage whatsoever, and is, no longer useful for triggering Awe, because Awe is free. Executioner's Blade is very good, but, you know, it's at the bottom of Stabomancer tree, and is a bit picky in terms of which melee weapons you can use to benefit from it. Blood of the Fallen's fantastic. It's a shame that it doesn't work for Bog Totem. Alchemical's my favorite capstone. Real. Random question. Gearbox ever mentioned why they swapped to third person when you enter 5 for your life? This is for those of us who might not realize me. Isn't it just kind of tradition? At this point? I don't know why either. I guess it's maybe to just give more screen time to your actual character, which you don't see often, with like no downside. I don't know. I don't think they've ever talked about it. At least not that I'm aware of. Every day I'm reminded how great Berserker skill tree is. It's seriously so great. He just works as an emote. Yeah, that was my thinking. So you can watch yourself die. That's been my dream. Yeah, maybe it's you can better see what hit you, or identify what enemies you can go after before you get the opportunity to start blasting, as it were. I don't know. It could be for a lot of reasons. Makes me laugh when I get that ping pong effect, although going in and out of effect really sucks, of course. Good point about having a wider FOV, that makes sense. Ouch. Man, Spirit Swarm's so good. Probably to give you an oh shit I messed up moment. You just see you went down, you might not know something killed you. Yeah, that's true. Although other games, even other like first person games, do have just instant you drop. Like Call of Duty Zombies comes to mind. You just kind of drop where you are. So I think it could work either way, but I think I've decided that I like that it works the way it does in this game. Maybe I should have a dark magic shadow fire instead of the. I should run a poison sort of explosion here. Dark magic shadow fire here. Although I could stick cryo here because I have a poison there. Let's do that. Spirit Swarm? Where you at, buddy? I need you. Oh, well, I fucked up there. I'll take the L. I will take the L. Oh, I'm being spawn camped. You never know what you get with these extended runs when you're eluding everything. Because, like, sometimes you'll get a pretty forgiving map like this with a pretty forgiving enemy type, but them being elite gives them just enough health that it could mess up you getting the objectives. I like it. Character looks pretty sick. As in, like, ill? Yeah, I think so too. They look a little, plagued. A little blighted. So I think what I do here is I just rotate getting the correct dots onto Bark. I'm gonna wait for you to talk so I can get my cooldown back. Okay, you can stop now. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Come here.
Next on the execution list.
How'd I dot myself? What? Okay. Come on, Spirit Swarm, you can do it. I somehow dotted myself. Hey, look, hey boys, how you doing? The awkward thing about Shadowfire on Bark is that it's not fast enough to hit the weak spots. And I forgot that going in. I should use the Sword Explosion for that. Yeah. Good, how about you? Doing well. Oh, oh. Oh, shit. It's actually a problem. This is my last life, too. Huh. That was scary. No difficulty, by the way. Give me anxiety. It's calculated. Not even close. No, easy, honestly. Zero diff. Good amount of crystals, though. 16,953. That's pretty nice. We want more SMGs. Been a while since I've been here. Welcome back. Yeah, upgrades to the 2 Shadowfires I'm using would be good. Upgraded White Rider wouldn't be bad either. Take live wires for other builds. I think I'm set on Fragment Rains. I'd try out a volley, actually. I'd try out a volley if I had a good one. I have a really well-rolled Ascended one somewhere, but I forgot where. For my playthrough of Blade, I used Storm Surge, saw Lightning Bolts was broken about it. The Lightning Bolt doesn't do damage, Kirk. That's the issue. The Lightning Bolts happen, they just don't register an instance of damage. Hey, Poison, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub by Poison Dart, it was an absolute legend. Please toss them some gratitude. Subsoup sub message, thanks for teaching me so much about this game. Lands game generally the best. No, you, fan. That is you. You are the best. Thank you for being here. Hey, Kaneko Cup, how you doing? Kaneko K Cup. I miss letters when reading quickly. Apologies.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I'm thirsty. I'm trying to stay hydrated. I spent a big chunk of yesterday very dehydrated. I'm trying to fix that.
She's just a girl.
Just drinking some coffee.
She's on
Ooh,
fire.
nice.
There you go, Quack.
Hey, Boom, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Kaneko K-Cup. I appreciate it. Total 31. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
She's just a girl and
Hydrate
she's
yourself.
on
I'm
fire.
gonna.
There you go, Quack.
After this loot room, I'll run to the bathroom and also rehydrate. Drink water, not coffee. What if I drink water with advanced in it? Which has a nice hydration formula. This is acceptable? Cool. What if coffee has water in it? Water is bad for you. What about hydrate? I mean, I guess zombies in this game have the biggest hydrate. Oh, like rating different types of hides? Oh, I thought you were like rating how frequently something hides. That makes sense too. Best coffee has no water in it. So it's like the trend of dry scooping pre-workout. You just dry scoop coffee control. Good armor rolls have the highest hydrate. That works either way. I like it. Alright, what do we got here? Not seeing a lot of chaos tiered stuff. Wizard's Pipe is extraordinarily mid. Yeah, we get a lot of those. Already got oil and spice covered, honestly. I still do want to test out oil and spice puddle to leave a strong dot. See how that plays out. 50% chance on the volley is like pretty good. Take that so I don't forget about it. Oh, there's a primordial. Is that less damage though? That's barely more damage. This is very awkward. Parts be like, I guess a 45 mag means I could shoot it for a while, and it is better than the volatile. A fire shadow fire. 378, 360, that's less damage, sad. Alright. BRB. Alright, I'm back.
I know I'm killing time right now, but I'd rather be killing everyone else too.
Same fate maker, I agree. Yeah, Andy. Interesting to see Quack stream, and I only know him from lazy streams. That's kind of where I like got into the community, to be honest. Years ago now, but yeah. Hope you're having a good weekend. Kevin, what are you doing? You're just staring at me, menacingly. I think my cat's decided he's gonna eat me today. What? Why are you meowing? You gonna be good? Yeah, you're always good. Except when you're not. Kind of wild to think Rackstab was only like 2 years ago, right? Time has done some weird stuff. I gotta store some stuff. That crossplay didn't really work out to my liking, so I'll store that for later. That raid handle can go for a different build. Garlic breath for different builds. That can go into Lazy's waiting room. Yeah, this was Lazy's waiting room for a while. It was Cheese's waiting room for a bit too. I used to stream nights. Only raids Lazy. That's not true. It's only mostly true. Yeah, Quag Chad indeed, Pup T. Pup T gets it. I forgive you for ruining your restaurant. Crit Connoisseur doesn't really help this build, honestly. I'll take it just to confirm that. New to the game with best class combo in the game. Really depends on what you're trying to do, Minigun Monkey. This isn't the kind of game where you can easily quantify best. For example, that answer is entirely different for a spell build than it is to a gun build or a melee build. Depends on what kind of build you're trying to do. And in general, a good way to look at this kind of game is different things will have a claim to best in different situations. So how do you like to play? Do you want to shoot guns? Do you want to cast spells? Do you want to swing melee weapons? What's your preferred poison? Wish I could make as much money IRL as I can during this feature. Yo, same. They didn't forgive me though, all because I forgot a tomato. Did you say tomato because you're doing Gordon Ramsay voice? I can't tell through this. Probably spells. Generally speaking, the most well-rounded and consistently powerful of the spellcaster combos would be Spellshot and Graveborn together. Spellshot primary, because Spellshot just combines better with other classes if you're talking about making a character. But Spellshot Graveborn's usually the go-to. Extremely high spell damage output, very good survivability. Just, very strong.
You need to recharge.
The tomato, it's rotten. Oh, hi, Imelda. Thanks, you're welcome. Let me try this out. Deadshot perfecting my gear as we speak, and Lazy. Yeah, Lazy's Deadshot setup is a good showcase of that. Now imagine what this could do with a good roll on a volley. Like, I'm missing out on like 200 damage here. That's good. I'm liking the volley a lot. I think I might go for the fire gun volley and then for dark magic shadow fire. Cover that way. I used a volley in so long I forgot what it looked like when shooting. It's always been one of those things people have just kind of written off. It got a really nice buff, and it's just solid. Because think about the mechanics of this thing. This base damage might not seem fantastic, but it fires in bursts, homing bursts. It gets splash damage. It's got a very good dot with a decent chance. The burst itself fires quickly enough, and fire rate does reduce, does effectively work on this better than something like, say, a plasma coil, if you're familiar with that. The reload time isn't that bad. You can get it with different mag sizes. It's Hyperius, so it's got a crit advantage over everything that isn't black powder. It's got the gun shield, so if you ADS with this thing, it's preventing damage for you, which is super underrated. Yet another tool in your survivability toolbox. Too easy with Sword Explosion. Sword Explosions has a lot of use cases. It's not only insane upfront damage, it's also got an insane dot. Kevin on Catterday. Hey, Rapid Fire, how you doing? Slept with his version of the Linoge. Oh yeah, I remember K6 got a lot of volley drops for a while and just kind of got sick of them. Everyone's got a gun like that won't leave them alone, or an item. For me, it's the Mage Staff. You can absolutely make some use of the Mage Staff in some spellcasting type setups, but I hate seeing it. So that's my irrational hate sink in terms of items in this game. Everyone's got one. Hanging in there? Well, I hope it improves to a little better than hanging in there. And I hope it's hanging well. Hey, Redmorn, let's fucking go. I love seeing this guy in the Chaos Chamber. It's Form 2, so I do need to be a little careful. As in more careful than that. As in more careful than that, too. Ads? And any ads? Big thing to keep in mind with DLC bosses in the chamber, any healing barrels that were there are not there anymore. So that can really matter with something like Redmorn that hits very hard. Oof. Ah, I just learned something there. You don't get death saves off of destroying his heads. I just killed the poison head, and I didn't get a death save. We learned something. I see one more Calcon, I'm gonna lose. At least Calcon's good. Needs a Divergent. I don't see the Divergent as much as I think I want to. I still have yet to try to make a build work around it. I could. Wait for cooldowns. Yeah, Redmorn 2 is genuinely tricky. I think they did a good job with difficulty of this boss, because he hits quite hard. And you do need to pay consistent attention. Anytime I die to this guy, it's because I got greedy. Like, not immediately running for my life at the start usually kills me.
Every breath brings you closer to death.
Oh. You had a lot of health left. I don't know what... I'm gonna assume that was Plague Storm. I'm gonna assume that was Plague Storm. This is tempting. So, like, you can get really high base damage on these concentrated magic barrages. They're not as good as they used to be, but you can get really high damage. Like, this is just a volatile with 2 spell damage parts. This at Ascended, I think it can get to, like, the 8,000 range. I wonder if that's, on the higher end of, like, lightning damage dealing spells. Because Poison now has Wicked Gossip as, like, its holy grail for damage dealer. Fire has Laser Hand. Cryo has Ice Spikes. Yeah. It's worth thinking about. Plasmic Venom Machine Legendaries in the week where everything's half off. Yeah, Arcane Bolt's, like, decent, but Manual Transmission and Wizard's Pipe are kind of forgettable. I wonder if that was planned. Game gave up mathing. Do be like that sometimes. Yeah, you see how a build that can even trivialize Redmorn to that degree. The second run was buttery smooth, but the first run, I did not comply. I did not obey the boss being like, hey, run, bitch. So he killed me. And that's what I like about the boss design in this game. The enemy design in general. You need to participate in your own success. I wish people looked at it that way more universally. Imagine last week was half off with Sword Explosion and Adventure. That'd have been really nice. That'd have been really nice. Unfortunately, I didn't have good luck with the vendor last week, but I'm sure it would help someone out. I'm sure at least one of you saw a really good Sword Explosion that you couldn't get. And my condolences there. It was a decent Nightshade, but I'm not really a Nightshade guy. SMG Bunny not being particularly kind. Need to participate, and by participate I mean run the fuck away. Yeah, if you can't melt him instantly, you need to run. You can kill him before your feet touch the ground, of course. That's a viable option. But, you gotta participate. I guess maybe I should start keeping Sword Explosion of every element for this build. That'd be the most sensible thing to do. That's a better Shadow Fire and Dark Magic. I'll take that. Any purples that are good for status? Magic Barrel Shotgun seem to have high damage but low chance. Torg Stickies, particularly Gadzukas, the launchers. Boom. Torg Stickies go into the dot formula. And Gadzuka's got good damage, status, consumption ratio. Magic Barrel shotguns do tend to have higher dots, but lower chances. Makes it a little awkward at times. Yeah, that's a big upgrade for the Dark Magic one. Can sell that one. It's Great Axe Tried, but I don't need it. Don't need that either. Don't need that. I don't know how it works in endgame and playthrough. I've taken a liking to ×1 Nightshade and Spriggans for status stuff. I haven't tried those out at endgame either. I imagine just because of the availability of other things, like, I can't see that being more desirable than, say, a volley for that element, or a Shadow Fire if Dark Magic, etc., etc. I think there's better options, but they might not be bad.
But seriously, you should dare.
I can keep that the way that is. I guess I'll focus on this volley for now. What do I even want on this? Just not that, mostly. Message is a high dot, but like 25% chance. Greater than a procs though. Yeah.
One more for the soul fire. That storm has to be busy.
Plague Storm is so good for obelisk rooms. Like, look at that. Between Plague Storm and Contagion, you just mop obelisk rooms. Take Trust in Magic. Holy wards, Batman. That's a lot. Like, I'm not a berserker, but I'm running around with over 26,000 wards. That's an amount. So, Plague Storm bolts don't target Banshee. I do switch to From the Shadows here for that reason. Village Idiot's still the way for class backgrounds, there's no hotness. Village Idiot's still the way generally, but there's absolutely builds where it's not necessarily the play. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I think that, What's the background with the wisdom bonus? What's that one? What are the penalties on that one? Because I think for this, that might be the play. Yes, dots can crit, and yes, if you're using from the shadows, crit damage is still better. But, if you're running Plague Storm, you almost never crit, so it doesn't matter. Having a direct damage increase is, like, better. It's like -5 con. I'm running the -6 con one right now, Viper. Doesn't stop me from just investing there anyway. So, like, it would basically be a reshuffle of this. I'd lose some spell cooldown, lose some crit damage, but gain some wisdom. +8 wisdom, -5 con, -2 dex. Oh, yeah, that'd be perfect here. Because crit chances, it doesn't matter for this setup unless you... It doesn't even matter then, because either you're running from the shadows and it's completely irrelevant, or you're not running from the shadows and it's minor. Because -2 dex barely affects your status crit chance of currently 8.2% for me. And then, for example, in a Dire Sacrifice build, I don't think Village Idiot's optimal either. I think whatever boosts Constitution the most is optimal. Because Village Idiot lowers your status damage. It gives you crit damage, but how often does Dire Sacrifice or the dot it applies actually crit? So I think those are a couple situations where Village Idiot might not be the play. Generally speaking, it's still like the background for all purpose, but I think there's a legitimate argument for builds that want other things. Nerf by Bunker Master is only background Constitution bonus. I think Nerf by the Bunker Master would be the play for Dire Sacrifice then, because that's only a dex penalty, right? You get Constitution and Wisdom. Which Dire Sacrifice wants, and you get Attunement, which if you're running a Protagonizer, gives you crit chance and crit damage based on your Attunement, which is spell cooldown. So, like, for a Dire Sac build, I think logically speaking, you pump Constitution, then you pump Attunement, and you put the remainder in Wisdom. Or you pump Constitution and Wisdom and put the remainder in Attunement. One of those. Because you could just gain back the crit chance and damage you didn't get with the Protagonizer. +2 to all except Dex, -8 to Dex. Yeah, that's... I don't know if that'd be optimal there, because I prefer a larger Wisdom bonus, but it'd be good. Class gear, do you recommend wanting to use Blight and Sawmills? Ugh, Sawmill... That's an uphill battle. There is exactly one bad unique sniper rifle in the game, and it is Sawmill. Sawmill fell off so hard from its rework that provided you can sustain a purple with damage crossbolts, that purple is better. It's not something I would really advise in many situations at all. None, really. But if you were to try to make it work, you need to go absolute try-hard with boosting your gun. So you would probably be going Spell Shot with your second class, grabbing magic bullets, high thread count, you know, all that usual nonsense. Perhaps you'd take Glass Cannon to keep a Last Gasp's regen on, so you could sustain it. Maybe. Because otherwise you're just not going to have ammo. You're going to need ammo regen. So that means either Spore Warden or Last Gasp, if not both. Tula chance runs in a row without Deadly Drop. It do be like that. Minus 8 dex leaves you at 2 dex, is minus 16% crit chance. Yeah, so it's 16% penalty to your base. It's not going to take you to 0% crit. Remember, your base for everything is 5%. So even if your dexterity goes into the negatives, you're not actually going to the negatives. And then keep in mind that you grab collectibles to grab more stat bonus. So you can still have your dexterity in the positives, even with that background. But crit stats are largely duds for things that are not spells or melee. Because spells and melee have higher base chances based off their cards. Like, you have the base of 5, and then you add to, say, my Twin Soul here, which is a base of 22% for my crit chance. From there, that's when dexterity and crit chance boosts, like over here, and stuff kick in. So even with just minimal dexterity, this 35.6 over here, and then what I'm getting from my Stabo class feat with 34% class power, my melee crit chance on this setup is still 47%. Whereas if you look at my ability and my dot crit chance and my companion and gun, that's 8.2. Now guns can just hit crit spots and bypass that. Some spells can also hit crit spots and bypass, but companions can't do that. Abilities, with the exception of Barrage, can't do that, etc. So crit chance is one of those things that it's either very good or borderline useless, depending on what your build is. Some spells are also laser hands. Right, laser hand just insta-crits. And can also hit weak spots on a non-charged one, so your laser hand's just gonna crit. Damn, sorry, Parasite. This Shadowfire is doing work, I must say. A lot more than I expected. Having a Dark Magic one is nice because I have Body Rune, and I don't want those dots to overwrite each other. So, diversifying elements. But yeah, let's look at this Arc Torrent as an example. Base of 25. No crit chance parts here, it could go higher. Base of 25, plus your base of 5, this is starting at a 30% base crit chance. Compare that to Dot's companions' abilities, which have a base of 5. Dire Sacrifice is a good example of an action skill that it scales off of ability, it hits everything in its area one time, and then guaranteed leaves a dot. The dot is going to tick a bunch of times, but it's got that low base crit chance. The ability itself, low base crit chance. So the best way to scale something like Dire Sacrifice is to scale it with things that don't care about whether it crits or not. So, Constitution, raw HP, increases its damage. Greyborn class power increases its damage. Dark magic damage increases its damage. Global damage boost from, say, Selective Amnesia, which activating the action skill turns on, increases its damage. You know, that stuff. So you could afford to just tank your crit chance on a Dire Sac build. And on dot builds in general, honestly. Do I want a better Shadowfire? Yes. But do I need one right now? No. I could roll something else. I can't get ring upgrades for this build from here. Wards. I'll head out later. Have a good one, Viper. Messed up then. I took Village of Day for my Grave Shot spell build. For Greyborn spell shot? No, Village of Date's still like optimal for that because it's crit damage. Make more damage, do more good. Most builds, Village Idiot's optimal. I think I pulled from Ward Bunny maybe like 4 times. I like experimenting with wards. There's some that have some pretty cool value. And I like tanky builds in this game, so I do hit the Ward Bunny a lot. And I've been live for almost 4 hours already. Time is flying today. Anyone else having that experience? Ascended with 2 capacity rolls. It's 11k. With an absorb part, that's kinda good. That's kinda really good. Like... Mind Rune is the highest capacity ward, I think. No, it's either Static Charge or Mind Rune. I think it's first place Static Charge, second Mind Rune, or maybe invert that. The top 3 is Static Charge, Mind Rune, Mace Wardu, but that purple is, like, competing with poorly rolled versions of these. So it's a good midpoint. I was also thinking about this this Demi-Lich Hellish Blasts enchant, companion damage from that. This is the only way you can get companion damage active from enchants without needing an ASA skill, so you could couple this with, say, Bog Totem. And that would be pretty fun if you're gonna do Blightgeist Bog Totem stuff. It's flying, yes, but I'm cleaning up the house, so I'm thankful. That's a good thing. It's already 1, feels like been up for half an hour, I've been up for 3. Yeah. I wasn't feeling so good this morning, so my perception of time today has been, like, kinda fucked. But, stream's been nice and chill. Build science has been going well. I should probably go back to doing mirror runs because... Or maybe some wheel spinning, because the entire reason I had science in my title today is I intended to do Wicked Gossip stuff. I just got distracted by having fun with the video game. Imagine that. So, the thing with this, I suppose I'll put an enchant on it, so I can just show that off. Come on, give me something decent that I can just settle on. Whatever. Or watch She-Hulk, do She-Hulk stuff. Y'all have a fantastic day. See y'all on Monday. It sounds good, fan. See you then. I still haven't watched She-Hulk. I think I'm gonna do that today. So if you remember Amara's reverberation in Borderlands 3, and also the Insider shotgun, something those have in common is with proper angling, you can, because it's like a piercing or multi-target effect, with proper angling you can hit the original target with the thing that's intended for the subsequent targets as well as the initial thing. So, see how this is bouncing? You can bounce it right in front of a target, it'll hit with the area, and then it'll hit them. And if that target's alone, it'll also create the puddle that does a lot of damage. If they're not alone, it'll ricochet off to nearby enemies. This will happen for each individual projectile of the Wicked Gossip. So if you had, say, a ×3, you could, with one cast, hit your initial target 6 times. And as you can see, that's a lot of damage to hit 6 times with. Now, a thing about the Wicked Gossip ricochets is they double dip. They do 50% of the impact of the original as their base damage. So that means they double dip anything Wicked Gossip gets. And with that number of instances of damage on, say, a spell build, you could be double nodding a bunch of times, you could be blast gasping a bunch of times, etc, etc, etc. So a really good damage dealing spell that is both single and multi-target on a reasonable cooldown. Like, this is with no cooldown parts. You get 2 charges, 10.8 second cooldown. That's like Ice Spike level of really fucking good. this is just the poison damage dealing spell now. It's this one. This is up there with Ice Spikes and Laser Hands.
Choose, Fate Maker.
More soon-to-be dead incoming. Oh, heck. That doorman is gonna be busy.
It's your funeral.
So I do want to try out a caster build just using those. Thanks for gossiping about it. I didn't do any of the testing, but I'm happy to provide the results. Let's try Wicked Gossip from the Shadows, see how that plays out. Testing fun. Oh, most of those missed. It'll be easier to hit once she's over here. Oh, there we go. That was better. This makes me want to, spec back into Worst Curse. Like, I could justify moving points around. I don't know how I'd do it, though. Maybe move some Geist? How cursed is that? Dropping some Geist in the shell for some Worst Curse? It's a dot build. That's not that crazy, right? It's a double roll spell radius. Ooh, how does spell radius work out with the Wicked Gossip? Hey Asa, how you doing? Yeah, dots are real and valid. This is a satisfying ring to look at. Ability damage, ability crit damage, ability crit chance on a championship ring. Sure.
Today's forecast? Cloudy with a chance of whatever.
Like, that was a big damage chunk for having no spell damage at all. It's hitting for 250k. I'm not a spellcaster build. 250k, and I'm not a spellcaster. I don't have significant poison outside of, you know, Whisper of Rot and my amulet. My spell damage is just Nimble Fingers, which I didn't even have active. Like, I think that was a non-crit, too. Wicked Gossip's really fucking good. Still not open Wonderlands. I don't know why. I was playing some Hollow Knight earlier, though. Ooh, that sounds fun. Hey, not playing things unless you feel like playing them is how you stop burnout. So, nothing wrong with that. I think you'll enjoy this when you finally get around to it. Blight Caller dot builds, very enjoyable, very addictive. It's what I've been doing all day. I'm only now, almost 4 hours into the stream, getting into what I originally was going to test out today.
Don't hold your breath.
What sigil am I looking for if I want to freeze peeps instantly? You're looking for a cryo empowering sigil. If you're looking to freeze them like on a map-wide scale, having as many radius parts and as many spell radius boosts as you can as possible helps that a lot. Although it does move the actual barrier of your sigil outward, so it's worse at blocking projectiles, but you will be freezing more enemies. And the good thing about empowering sigils on top of all that is they have a very good uptime to cooldown ratio. About 11-second cooldown base, but 5 seconds of uptime. So even with no investment, you're looking at almost 50% uptime. And that only gets better with a cooldown part on it, or 2 cooldown parts, and then cooldown boosts in your skill tree and elsewhere. They're very, very good.
Choke on this. Hey, yep. Leap. See you later, Death. Nothing. Yes, go.
Time of Gauntlets. Good passives, honestly. All damage, spell damage, you like to see that. Can't really justify it, though. Chums. Chums, my boy. Yeah, I think we just stick with Dark Magic for this, actually.
We're just wasting all that oxygen anyway.
The second legendary armor, yes. So we need to put that into the armor dock. Yes, Brutal Stampede is the name. The relevant info should be recent in the curse testing channel in my Discord. Which boost goes in which category? Blight Primary Miasmic Male. Is that 4 in Flawless Edge? That's really good. Hang on. That's really good. I don't know if I'd want to lose Contagion, Exploit their weakness, but like, that's really good. It's also got 1 Wraith Mail and a Recharge Rate passive. That's really good. It's like one of the best non-chaotic armor rules I've ever seen. I think with Garlic Breath, I want one with as low crit chance as possible so it doesn't knock enemies back for the build I'm thinking of using it on. Basically, the idea with that is I want to have it on while I'm zipping around feral surging things. So it would be triggering Bog Down and applying Soaked. Maybe we can switch and try that out. Like, now. That's not the right thing. We'll spend the change on that. Eruptions have pretty good dot damage and chance. This is channeling. It would get a higher damage because of the channel malt, right? That's not bad at all. 2 charges as well. I'm messing around with that. Is that your actual dot value? Huh. Great Wake. This hits multiple times, doesn't it? That's like pretty good for a non-chaotic. I'm buying that. I'll have to mess around with it. First found out about the armor was like 20 minutes before release. I was told there's variations with stats it boosts, so that's why I didn't end up putting it in the dock immediately, since I didn't know what all those variations were. Yeah, okay. Yeah, those are all known now. If you need any help with that, let me know. But it should be in the Discord available. What was I putting away? Garlic breath. Hey, Kevin. Choose 2 random ones from the list? Yes. There might be some sort of strategy to it based on when I looked into the parts, because it doesn't just pick like one that says gun damage and one that says melee damage. There's 1s and 2s, so they have like determined slots. I don't know if there's excluders on those. That much I don't know. That should probably be looked into. But it's 6 different things, yes. And I'll just say 2 random ones from the list. Someone will have to correct me if more acronym comes out. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Thank you, Austin. Doing the community a service as always. Oh man, rolling the Feral Surge enchant on this spell is going to be awful now that I think about it. Yeah, Kevin, you said it. Anything else to add? No? No more meows? Nothing? You're a good boy. He's quiet as soon as I key up today. I'm leaving it keyed up to see if he notices. Do the thing. Nope, nothing. A decent amount of souls on this character too. I'm just noticing. First roll, are you? Wow. Okay. Streamer luck is real. Okay. Sure. Why wouldn't that happen?
Come on, have some fun.
What's in this week's featured? This is a Banshee one, right? I'll do boss run then. It's a bit hard to tell what's happening here, but suffice it to say, I'm rage handling. Trust in magic, yes please. Bastard. Should I build the underrun? Yeah. Hi, Kevin. Look at this good boy.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is. He's a good boy. Don't scratching me. I'm not a toy. Since he secretly wanted it. So the bullet damage is standard, still confused on specific. It's the magic bullets one. Bullet damage is the weird one. We refer to gun damage as gun damage and the weird one as bullet damage. Now they changed magic bullets to be gun damage, but Brutal Stampede gives bullet damage. So it's the weird funky one. It's the weird funky one. Cat. Sorry, I had to deal with something. The second question, that block of text. Oh, on swing is... No, follow-up's conditional. On swing is just, Consec swings enchant. This Berserker enchant, this one, that's on swing. Tyrant's Truth also gives on swing. Basically, there's two melee categories. That's the second one. This is working a lot better than I thought it would. The soaked application helps a lot. 307 rubies. I think that's the highest I've seen, but it's melee damage bolts. It's awkward. Trying to think out how to simplify this without giving misinformation. You could leave a footnote and link to the formula doc, because it should be in there already. If you want to do that. So just do the boost as listed in the Discord post, and then asterisk formula doc. Feral Surge damage still kind of butt. Yeah, I could do more to get damage out of it here. I'm invested more heavily into the melee side of things, but Feral Surge damage is still pretty cheeks. But because I'm hitting so many targets with a live wire, pretty often I'm actually able to finish enemies off with the Surge. And then Garlic Breath is keeping enemies soaked. That's a sentence. Yeah, that's a sentence. I'm just using my Garlic Breath to get the enemies wet. Welcome back, Boom. Video games are funny like that. True. That worked out surprisingly well. I imagine it would still kind of suck at raid bosses, but it worked out well. I think I can lean more into the fact that I'm getting a lot of action skill triggers somehow. I don't know how quite to do that though. Both Borderlands and Wonderlands kind of excel at producing insane sentences. True. Anyway, as requested the spec, I'm using a live wire with a funny make spell cooldown lower enchant, so I can spam this more. I'm using a rage handle, primordial with vampire. I prefer a cryo one here, but you know, lightning benefits from soaked, so it's fine. Using this new berserker enchant they introduced, damaging an enemy with a melee attack reduces Feral Surge's cooldown by 11%. Damaging a boss with a melee attack triples its effect. So you get huge amounts of cooldown on your Feral Surge back simply for swinging fast. Rage Handle swings insanely fast, so we get on-demand Feral Surge, essentially. I'm running a melee and an ability ring. I didn't put much thought into these. These could probably be, like, better. Body Rune with while health is full enchant, because attacking this frequently with a vampire health means my health will be full, often. And Amnesia I happen to have lying around. With, 2 Cold Snap, 1 Icebreaker seemed attractive for this. Burr Power primary for the surge damage. Ward capacity helps the tank. Amnesia is good because more often than not, whenever we Feral Surge, we are going to just be taking damage from something. So we keep this damage. Garlic Breath with Feral Surge, melee damage, fire rate, enchant. This melee damage goes in the on-swing category, so it's the same bonus as having 3 stacks of Consec swings, which is nice because we're unable to get actual Consec because we have this enchant there. And then I have a Protagonizer right now, which I suppose it helps Feral Surge if my Feral Surge crits, I guess, but like, thinking about it, Theurge would be cool. The cooldown part of it would be wasted, but I'd be getting spell damage while Feral Surge is on cooldown, which would be very short periods of time. But it'd mostly just flow well. I could do a Harbinger with the amount of spam I'm doing. What else could I do with this slot? Slip and stun for zooming. That sounds like that'd be fun. Having slip and stun and on-demand feral surge would be so good for mobility in general. I haven't really thought about this slot much. Skill tree wise, Blood of the Fallen, because why not make feral surge's cooldown even shorter, especially considering we're already over-spec'd in tier 5 for max Iron Squall and having Blast Chill as well. Down to 2 in Frostbite over in the Blight Collar tree. Having amped up here is nice, because the movement speed for Amnesia. Flawless Edge is going to give us a little more damage because Vampire Health is going to keep us at high wards. Even though that's additive with Amnesia, it's something. Wraithmail to assist Flawless Edge. Not much else here is really helping. Bog Down is being applied by our Garlic Breath, so that's good. Worst Curse is a very small amount of damage for our Garlic Breath, our Blast Chill, and our Feral Surge. I could definitely workshop this a little better. I have max Strength, max Attunement, Remainder Constitution currently. Attunement is maxed because of the Protagonizer. Strength is there because melee, we are critting quite often. We have a 49% right now, even with no dexterity. Because melee crit chance be like that. I suppose I could run more Constitution, but like, do I need it? When's the Headman class coming out? I do really like Garlic Breath here. That's quite nice. Yeah, I'll probably workshop this a little more. Nice clip, boom. Guess I roll armor here. Because in terms of class combos, let me look at the spreadsheet real quick. Looking for Burr Primary for more Feral Surge damage, although I could bend on that. Burr Blight has Blast Chill, Ancestral Frost, and Frostbite. That might be good. Although losing Icebreaker Cold Snap is losing a little bit of damage. But having the Blight power secondary would increase my class feat there, which would be more damage. So what, 1 Blast Chill, 3 Frostbite, 1 Ancestral Frost on a Burr Blight Amnesia? That sounds pretty good. Could alternatively go one of the combos with Amped Up. Blight Stabo would have Amped Up and Flawless Edge. There's another combo with Amped Up, isn't there? Or was it just the one? Guess it was just the one. Yeah, we'll roll armors. Love how well Blight does ward tanking. Yeah, it's very fun. And look at my effective HP right now. I could go Restore the Veil and, like, I think that would math out favorably, because I'd lose 30% health, but I'd gain 30% wards. And remember, half of your wards are tripled. So, like, I'd lose a bit of total effectiveness, but I'd gain better ward tanking. It'd just be funny. But I'm over 40,000 effective HP right now. With a Vampire Hilt and some of the highest swing speed the game can provide. Very tanky. If I was running a dark magic weapon, I could honestly probably even make a blood bag work here. So Tyrant's Truth is also this on swing? Yeah. What's the perfect armor for Berserker Stabo using Dreadwind? You'd be looking at either, depending on how much you want to sell your soul, an Amnesia, which is my personal favorite, or a Warp Paradigm converting spell into melee and ability, or Mosquito Mantle, but we don't talk about Mosquito Mantle. Any of those. And in terms of the skills, you want Burr primary, and then from there you've got a bunch of flexibility in terms of like what skill rolls you get. But Burr primary is the biggest bit, because Dreadwind gets class power for its base damage. So like Burr Stabbo here, you could get more points in the old ways, which is more damage and more tank. Burst Spore would be more Icebreaker, which is more damage. Also more Cold Snap, which is more efficiency, which gets you more access to Icebreaker. And more move speed, which feeds into Selective Amnesia. You could go Burr Blight, which would give you more... Well, it could give you Blast Chill for outside of your Dreadwinds. And then it could give you more Frostbite if you happen to be Blightcaller at all. But Ancestral Frost is a damage boost, better than nothing. I'm looking through these armors to see all the combos. I'd most likely go Burr Stabbo here, as many points in the old ways as possible, personally. But obviously beggars can't be choosers, so just focus on having Burr power somewhere on there. I believe on mine, I'm not even running Burr primary. Here, I can play a round of that real quick. We got the time. I believe I'm running a Claw Burr, just because that's my best rolled Amnesia. Or I might have switched. This might be the one with Blast Chill. What did I end up doing? No, I'm running Burr Claw. Burr Claw. Skills aren't particularly well rolled. I'm only benefiting from the 1 point in Savagery during my spins. The Dragon Aura points don't do anything. The Blast Chill point only helps me outside, but it rolled Burr Power primary at Primordial with decent passes, so I stuck with it. I understand that neither are the optimal use of the class, but between melee and spellcasting blight builds, which do you think would have a higher ceiling? What's your other class? Or is it just among all of them? Teach me science. Hey Carter, how you doing? Why do I have a Merlin's Razor on? Kevin, what am I doing here? Among all of them? Probably spells. Probably spells. Here on a Saturday, ready to learn. Coming in towards the end of the stream, Carter, but we did some fun dot science. Explained a cool couple of uses for one of the new spells. Now I'm just playing a couple builds to play out the rest of the stream. Battle the Beyblades. I love Dreadwinding a Tonhammer. It's so satisfying. Melee is good. How's Melee in a playthrough? Good. Melee is capable of some of the highest DPS in this game all the way through. Melee go Burr. Zerker. It literally do be like that. What's the early game Melee setup? You just need to cryo stuff first. You could get a get your hands on a cryo empowering sigil, and that'll just insta freeze enemies for you to bonk. But the biggest thing is like being a class that has formula for Melee early, which you're most likely looking at Berserker because you get the old ways pretty early on. Stabomancer gets swing speed in tier 1 though, which is really nice, and movement speed, and from the shadows. So probably start with either Stabo or Burr, and then as soon as you can multi-class, take whichever of the two that you didn't. Don't neglect your guns though, a couple bosses would be even tougher without a full set of skills and chance. It do be like that. Gun game SMH. Dreadwind versus Drill is very satisfying. I barely even got to hit him that time. One of my drones triggered Executioner's Blade. There an alternate enchant that works while trying to roll the Dreadwind one. Melee damage versus bosses and badasses is okay. It goes in the conditional category, so it's going to be additive with Old Ways and Spellblade, but it's something. Any action skill active enchants will be a decent stopgap as well. Nothing's going to come remotely close to this, but they're decent until you get there. Mood Ring with melee damage, cooldown, action skill duration, ability crit damage. If that had been like ability damage with melee crit, that would have been really good, but sadly it can stay there. All my homies hate Freezeclease. Dragon Lord. I wanted a quick boss so I could go pee. Game said no P? Apparently. Don't push me off, that'd be rude. Dragon Lord versus Spinning Lord. So if Torg blew up the ocean, the water cycle should be completely broken. Is it only a matter of time before everyone in the Wonderlands dies of thirst? Magic. Magic. Anyway, BRB. I actually do have to use the bathroom. Okay, be back. I rushed it for you guys. I did the streamer P. The one that's probably harmful to your health. In the Weep Wild Dankness is a beautiful forest that was transformed on a whim. I'm not sure Wonderlands follows normal ecological rules. True. It comes dune and water becomes the most valuable substance in the land. That would have been a cool reason for like the desert part of the overworld. I would have liked that. Hit me. Hit me. Dragon Lord, what the fuck are you doing? When I want him to hit me, he just doesn't. There you go. Thank you. Remember, chat, bosses hitting you in this game is a buff. They don't even do damage. Everyone just drinks soda anyway. Yeah. Decent amount of money. I'll take that. When the soda reservoir runs out, there will be problems. I imagine. Maybe a strike. Sugar withdrawals, that kind of thing. But yeah, this is how I run Dreadwind. To answer the earlier question. Roll armor again, though. Cheeto Meteor killed me. entire land suffering from sugar withdrawals, be chaos for 15 minutes, and everyone would fall asleep. That G Fuel? No, it is advanced. I don't know how Tina emptied all the water from the game table ocean once Tor blew it up. A marker, maybe? Like, just scribbled it all out? I want this armor, and I don't know why. It doesn't have exploit their weakness. So I'm gonna leave it. I had to, like, think myself out of that one. That took some convincing. Alright, let's do one more run with the dot build. Well thought out in the water was a layer on top of the board. Yeah, maybe she planned the ocean being able to blow up. Actually, no, she didn't. It just kind of happened. It's like spur of the moment type thing. Yeah, yeah. What's the name of my save? Oh yeah, Swarm. Light colors just drink Pog fuel. Yeah, from their Pog totem. One of the many things that totem does, it also provides a beverage. You can drink out of it. It's got a little spigot. You just sip.
Think you can make it?
If you have an undersea level put in just covered in blue paper.
I'm toxic, I know. You're welcome. Seriously? I'm stuck in a corner. Like that, just stop me.
Plague Storm is so good. You're shooting a volley and you get that kind of clear rate. It's so good. Threads of Fate is my main spell for dot build. I've been wanting to do thread stuff for so long. Yes! It's legitimately good damage, like as just a spell you cast for damage dealing. I'm glad to see it's got a place in dot build. Stacks rot really quickly, and because that keeps the duration of Spirit Storm going. Ooh, that's cool. Did Spirit Storm crit and Mosquito Bolt fly dots? Yes. And yes.
For your dragon lord!
Oh yeah, what do I do about you? I guess I Sword Explosion you? Yeah. You still have dots on you. Oh, it's Spirit Swarm. Yes. Oh, this combo. This is rude. That was great. His body color is so strong, for the first time look fun, not particularly powerful. So just to describe a few things, it's got easily the second best class feat in the game behind Spell Shot. Just large amounts of elemental damage at no real investment cost that goes up with class power. Tier 1, it's got one of the single most impactful gun build skills in the entire game. If you know the Spore Fuse enchant, that's very popular, the Barrage one, that makes Poison Explosion. Well, this is just that, but like in your skill tree and Tier 1. It's got really good survivability options through Wraith Mail and Amped Up and Restore the Veil. Spirit Swarm is one of the best damage dealing abilities in the entire game, and easily one of the best, if not the best, capstone. To the point where Spirit Swarm with the other support throughout the tree makes pure dot builds very viable with this class. So for gun builds and for dot builds, Blightcaller is extremely powerful. Also, both of the action skills are quite good. Bog Totem is, it falls off a little bit at endgame, but you can make it work. It's quite good in playthroughs. And Plague Storm is extremely powerful for bossing and localized area mobbing. Things like obelisks, where you get a lot of enemies around one central point. All that stuff's very good with Blightcaller. Since the yes to both wouldn't mean they can loop put together. Yeah, there's lots of ways you can loop Spirit Swarm and Mosquito and Plague Storm and stuff. Butter. Mosquito itself is just fundamentally broken. It's just so silly. It's really not worth considering in an actual theory craft. I'm sure it does a bunch of crazy stuff that we haven't conceptualized, but nothing lives long enough to test that anyway, so, like, who cares? You know? I don't even know what the Obelisk boss was. And there's easier loops that don't require things like that. For example, Plague Storm plus Echo with a sufficient source of ongoing damage, such as, I don't know, Spirit Swarm and Dots. You can just constantly use Echo to feed Plague Storm, to feed Echo, to feed Plague Storm, so on and so forth. You can use Barbalode to loop things. Contagion Plague Storm, Contagion Spirit Storm, excuse me, is already a triple dip. And then introduce that to Plague Storm, okay, you've quad dipped. If Barbalode or Mosquito gets involved there, it's quintuple dip. You Echo, sextuple dip. You add whichever one you didn't previously between Barbalode and Mosquito, sextuple dip. It can go back into Plague Storm. Gets real silly real quick. Yeah, there's even a chance that Plague Storm itself applies a dot. Spell using now, Wicked Gossip? Yeah. I still don't have an enchant that I want on it, but yeah. I really want a ×3 Wicked Gossip because something I want to try is casting it right in front of an enemy to hit them 6 times with the initial spell before dots enter the picture. I want to make sure they had 0 chance of people saying the new class is underpowered. Maybe. There's never a 0% chance to Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not incorrect. Hey little cats, try to make a save with all the cosmetics in bank and actually corrupt my profile to save. I don't know if it's okay to ask for a clean bank profile here. I don't have a way to provide that through chat, but we do in the community saves channel in the Discord, !Discord, due largely to the work of a couple lovely community members. Special shout out to Tatsu. There's a few clean saves in there. There might be a clean profile. I know there's clean character saves. I don't know if there's a clean profile. But you could certainly put your requests in there exactly as you put it in the chat, and perhaps someone has a clean one to share with you. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Ah, yes, Drill. Wicked Gossip's probably really good against Drill, because he's got a huge hitbox, right? You just aim it right in front of him. Seems pretty good. Thanks, Plague Storm, holy shit. Hey, Hot Sauce, how you doing? Now, can this reach out there? Not quite. It's okay, Sword Explosion dot is silly. If I used the fire one, I could have phased him there. So one Blight Collar skill objectively better than the other? Does it depend on build? It depends somewhat on build and situation, Spaghetti Club. So like, for example, Plague Storm is really, really, really good at bossing, but it requires you having damage elsewhere to feed it. It's not going to do damage on its own in a vacuum with nothing else, whereas Bog Totem can. Not nearly as much, but it can. So if you're moving around a lot, Bog Totem can also win out, because Plague Storm can't be moved. And additionally, you activate this far less frequently. You tend to have worse uptime on this than you do on Bog Totem. So it really is situational. Surprised to see you streaming this on Saturday. Yeah, I had yesterday off. I was doing other stuff. So I decided to do a Makeup Wonderland stream instead of doing Variety today. Because I also felt like catching up on some cool theory crafting that had been done. Blight Companion chance a bonus Ellie? Yes. I also want to figure out which weapons have better swap speeds for this, because if I'm going to rotate it like this, applying just big dots, I want to at least make that efficient. It's not optimal because of how Contagion works, but it is fun, you know? Covering like 2 primary elements is better than trying to cover them all. Just let Contagion get the rest. Yeah, Eruptions just have really good... Like, this is a repeating cast, only chaotic. 782 dot, which, if you're keeping score, is more than a volley, which is doing very well. 60% chance. Repeating cast with 2 charges. You could spam the shit out of that. Eruptions are just good. Dot builds just seem busted. What I like is that you approach them entirely differently. Like, they are firmly their own area, and you do need to specialize if you want dot builds to be good. The only kind of dot that isn't the sort of, like, specialization is Alchemical Agent, but even then, you're specializing in melee. You still have to specialize. Pretty sure swap speed's only based on weapon type. The smaller the weapon, the faster the swap. Okay, so I'd assume that Skullduggers still have an asterisk next to that because of their animations. But for the most part, just non-Skulldugger weapons equal based on class, so pistol swapping faster than launchers, etc. Yeah, the asterisk? Okay. Hopefully we get a upgrade to Shadowfire here. I would take an Ascended Volley too. Oh, I ended up falling asleep at some point after you switched to BO3 last night, Stone Swan. Did you end up testing the sticky tech on Amara? That's a sentence. You know what I mean. Primordial Wizard's Pipe. Oh, your dot sucks. Wait, hang on. Bug? Maybe it doesn't suck. Oh, it sucks slightly less. Still not good, but, like, it's trying hard. Wizard's Pipe has a high fire rate. That could be worse. It's trying. Test the what? Torg Sticky Malt affects dots, and Amara dot builds good. Says that the other day, no success, damage too small. Aww. Sad. Sad. Don't you me, Slushy. I'm not Mose. I'm not down bad for Amara. I am down a regular amount of Amara. Do I want her to punch me in the throat and watch me struggle? Yes. But isn't that only natural?
Enter the chaos die.
It's perfectly normal, honestly. Sushi time? Ooh. Very nice. Like to test others, I know you know what I mean. Yes, I do. Oh, hey, threads. That's not a bad base dot for non-chaotic, although I do have a status damage part there. Status chance doesn't look to do much here. Volley, now you got my attention. Yeah. It's got a high hit count. Good dot. Cat, stop fighting. It's got a high hit count, good dot, homing. I was using it for a Melda because homing. It's working out pretty well. Love the reference in the clip title, boom. Well done. It's a turret for Rotten Swarm. Okay. So, do you just prioritize extra charges and cooldown on it? Like, same spread as Rainbolt? Dazzler probably also stacks a lot. Yeah. How's Time Skip? Because Time Skip looked to have some pretty juicy dot damage and chance. High hit count as well. Two charge, one cooldown. Cool. You can get extra projectile on threads. That's something I've always been curious about, because like it just changes it from 3 tendrils to 4, I believe. Which sounds really good, but I don't know if it's worth it ultimately. Dark Magic Shadowfire with Body Rune's working super well here. Aw, you would do that. Outer World so charming. Yeah, it's a good game. How you doing, B?
Don't hold your breath. Get the delivery incoming.
Slowly binging Outer Worlds. Yeah, I was in a cycle of binging that. Hey, Echo Amp Twin Soul, 1.94. It's exactly what I'm using right now, but in a higher cast here in different element. I think I just picked this up in case I need to change elements for some reason. Yeah, I binged that game hard for a while. It's one of those that's very satisfying to just learn your way around. Also, melee builds in Outer Worlds are a real good time. Those are fun variety streams. I played it even before that, but yeah, I really enjoyed streaming that. I'd be the you. I'd be the good. I'd be the good. Enjoying new class in this game. Doing dot stuff.
Pay me back later, okay? This is what I was made for.
Went pretty well. This cape is trying. Like, area damage, all damage, really good. In theory, contagion on an armor is good, but just, like, not that one. Spacer mascot interactions so far my favorite still. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh. Never remember which damage types in the same category is all damage for armors. I always keep the formula doc open in a tab. The way I memorize the boosts, J-Bridge, is I keep the tab open, and then I try to guess it, and then I check to confirm. And I just keep doing that until I remember them. Repetition, repetition, repetition. That was a nice chill run. So for this build, I gotta test out Time Skip, I gotta test out Threads, Dazzler. Still gotta farm for a better Wicked Gossip. I want a ×3. I wanna do like Ambi Hex with 2 of those ×3 and then just like ricochet off the ground in front of things. I want to get Spell Radius. Spell Radius on Gossip's probably gonna be insane. Yeah, anyway, that's stuff to work on. Let's hit this SMG bunny to close out. Another side note about Gossip. Would plate mail cause more ricochets? God damn it. Hi Felicia. I went longer. It was just to see if you'd make it. Memorization tactics, entering things into the doc. I suppose that works. I always do this. I end early, you show up right as I'm ending. I end late, you show up right as Jake, chat liked your meow. Anyone come say hi to chat? Yeah, it's Jake. Literally just got back. Well, Jake says hi.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
You good boy. You want a lap? Alright, go ahead. No, you can't have my drink. Stop it, that's not for you. It's not for you. Okay, yeah, you lay down. Hey, that's a good shadow fire. 595. Wait, hang on. No, that's... Okay, yeah, there we go. I was so confused. Damn bug. It's an upgrade for my fire one. The soundbite redeemed for the rare Jake appearance. I need some character saying Jake or something for that. knee jerk, my brain went, okay, look for funny scenes from Resident Evil 6, and like, that's a rabbit hole I don't know if I want to go down, because there's some meme shit in there. Pretty sure Lilith VA is on Cameo. Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah, so, Wicked Gossip. Lots of cool science with this, lots of cool builds to be made. Anyway. Cat, can you hear him purring? Does this come through? Because it's very loud. Yes, hi. I imagine he's hungry even though I gave him food. Yes, I love you too, Cat. I am the provider of food. Remember it. Remember it in here. Remember it. Let me find somewhere for you guys to go. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the Makeup Wonderland stream. Yeah, no variety today. Tomorrow, my day off, we'll do a makeup at some point of the rest of Spider-Man. I probably can finish the rest of the main story in like one more stream. Likely. I don't know. Let's see where we can go. I'm next to be live on Monday with either Wonderlands or Spider-Man. I don't know which. Let's see, Dame is playing some Cult of the Lamb. She's been on for 5 hours, though. I don't want to extend unnecessarily. Soccer Chick's doing some BL3 endgame speedrunning. Lazy's doing some Dreadwind building. Pyrex doing some art stuff. I'll let you guys pick. Do you want to go watch some art? Do you want to watch some BL3 endgame speedrunning? Do you want to watch Lazy? You tell me. Since apparently I only raid Lazy, you guys get to pick. Or do you want to go check out Loopy Lou's charity stream for child autism in the UK? But you should just go like leave alert there anyway. Amplify. Destroy Soccer's chat. Soccer Chick. What do you think, Jake? What do you think? Yeah, we'll go to Soccer Chick. Okay, join the raid. Spam your choice of Quag emotes. Whichever. Quag Caller, Quag Chad. I don't care. Spam something. Spam something. Give Soccer Chick all the love. If you're curious about how good she is at endgame speedrunning, if she wanted to grind for it, and maybe this is what she's working on, she could probably take the Flak Guardian takedown world record from me. If she, kept going at it. She has the scaled record, I'm sure she could take the true one. So, if you want to see a really good Flak player, here you go. Anyway, I'll catch you guys over there. Have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend. And, I'll catch you on Monday. Bye-bye.
God, this is such a bad one. Alright, fuck you.